Sherwood, Stith, Walters, Zwanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
Okay, you've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Chairman Nicholas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move House Bill 89 and also move the First Amendment, which is a substitute bill. And so essentially, the substitute bill, the only difference is that the findings are moved to the front of the bill. Otherwise, it's identical. And ladies and gentlemen, and I'll explain it. So as you all know, we've talked about what this is already in the budget. But let me walk you through the bill, and for those of you who, and the reason why I put the findings in the front of this bill is so that everyone can, within 5 minutes, you can read through those first 2 or 3 pages, and it explains what we're doing in the bill and why, from a 20,000-foot level. And what it also does, and the reason that we want some of this language memorialized in the Green Books, is for legislators 5 years from now, and 10 years from now, and 15 years from now. We don't want them dipping into or somehow using these reserve accounts for any other purpose than what they are, which is that, there's language in here that talks about making these inviolate, so that, because the whole purpose of this is to take these reserve funds and invest them in long-term returns. So if you go in and you, for example, we used to, you'll see on occasion that in the past we've guaranteed different budget obligations with these reserve accounts. And as soon as you do that, then you have to liquidate your assets, go to a short-term, short-duration type of investment. And when you do that, you'll lose the money the sale value, because you're not getting that long-term benefit. And so it's a double whammy if you go up and you start raiding or tinkering with the funds that are in these reserve accounts. And so we wanted to highlight that in the front in the Green Books, so that when folks say, aha, here's another pocket of money that we can use to do something on a short-term basis, we want them to say no. The concept is similar to what we do with the Wildlife Trust Fund. That's got roughly $200 million in it now, and it says in the creation of it that it's inviolate, but it's only inviolate to the extent that the legislature doesn't go in and get it, because it's not constitutionally protected like the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund or the Common Schools Permanent Fund. And so part of this process is just educating folks now and in the future to address that situation. But let me just walk you quickly through the bill. And so once again, on the 20,000-foot level, we have reserve accounts that are there for our Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, for our Common Schools Permanent Land Fund, for our Hathaway Scholarship, and our Higher Education Endowment Funds. What are these reserve accounts for? So of all 4 of these funds, there is some type of like a guarantee. In the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, we guarantee 3.75% return off of the income of the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund with this reserve account. So that 1.5 times earnings are a guarantee that is in there right now. The purpose of it is if we have 2 years or 3 years of below average returns, so we don't earn 3.75%, then this reserve account helps fund whatever we don't raise. So I'm not sure if that makes sense to you, but that's what these reserve accounts are there for. They're guarantees. They're mechanisms which we pay for the guarantee of the funds we appropriate every year out of the budget or the supplemental budget for ongoing operations of government. But because it's only 1.5%, the current reserve accounts are managed as if they have to be able to liquidate it on a drop of a hat, essentially. So they're primarily in bonds or some other short-term bonds, but other type of investments, and which meaning they're making between 1 and 1.5% return on those dollars. Right now, we have roughly $800 million in these reserve accounts with that 1.5% guarantee. This bill raises that 1.5% to 5%. And we do that so that we can it'll still act as a backstop, but it will do it we'll still be able to invest the money long-term. So if you were here on our opening Monday when we had the State Treasurer's Office present to us the concept and what we're doing here of getting a total return on these reserve accounts, we're going to take the reserve accounts, which are now roughly $800 million, and we'll increase them up to about 1.5, about 1.5 billion. So we're going to double these accounts in terms of total dollars in this bill. And then we're going to take those funds and invest them long-term. So had we done this 5 years ago, we would have $500 million more dollars in our coffers based upon the return over the last 5 years. So, you obviously can't guarantee that over time, but we do know that anytime you can invest for the long term, you can make more money. It's just that simple. And so what we're trying to do, knowing that we're not always going to be flush with money, and that we're going to need this protection to make as much money with our money as we can, that's what this bill does. And so we had a presentation, RVK, they're a national investment firm who works for the state of Wyoming, presented on that Monday before session and kind of outlined the whole basis and the logic to it. And they did so also in the CAPFIN committee. And so me personally, I'm just the messenger bringing this bill that was recommended to us by our investment professionals. To me, there's no political component to this. It's just trying to make more money with the money that we have. And who wouldn't want to do that? I mean, it's that simple. So that's what the first 4 pages talks about, as you walk through them. So the total amount of this bill, basically we take $639 million, half of that on the school side and a little bit less than half of that on the general fund side, and we increase our reserve accounts up to 5 times earnings. On the school side, then, we also allow it to continue to grow so that I'll get to 7 times earnings, because that's probably the most important place where we save money. So then walking through the bill, actually it's the first 5 pages are explanation of the concept. If you go to page 6, what we do in this language, you might recall that we talked a little bit or several times about how you can invest monies that go into the common school program account, so school dollars. Some of those dollars we have to expend immediately or in the near future. So the logic is that you can't use those monies to put in your permanent savings accounts. And you probably, it's more of a yellow light, but with this bill, we don't put it in the reserve accounts either, because you're subject to a constitutional challenge on those dollars. So to avoid that, we take only FMRs, or federal minimum royalties, that come into the school side, because there are no restrictions on those dollars. So what we do on page 6 is we accumulate and swap out federal minimum royalties as they come in to fill up the reserve account, because that's the only place we can get the money on the school side. And so then if you go to the bottom of page 7, this is the culmination of doing that, and the total amount that will go into the common school side. And by the way, we adopted this already in the budget, only on the school side, but we've already adopted this and we already talked about it. That's that $359 million, the bottom of page 7, line 23. So that moves over and adds to the current reserve account. Right now, there's about 300 and some odd million in there already. To get to 5 times earnings, in order to invest the money that way, it takes an additional $350 million. And so That's where that figure came from. Then if you look at, go to page 8, what's important about what we do on that, down at the bottom, you'll see in red if you have a color copy, but this is where we say these funds are now inviolate. We put that language in the bill so that future legislators won't use this to do something else with the money. So we're trying to protect it as much as we can with the language in the bill. If you go to page 9, really all that does is stops the current tips, because right now on all of our reserve accounts, when they reach a certain level, they automatically tip into the permanent funds and go into the corpus of the permanent middle trust fund and the common school account. This stops those tips until accounts get up to 5 times the spending policy. And then those tips resume at certain levels for each one of these programs. But all we're doing is stopping the tips. Then if you go down to the middle of page 9, you'll see the increase of 245%. The percentages are different in each one of these accounts. They're different because they have different guarantees. In the permanent middle trust fund, we guarantee 3.75%, and the common schools, we guarantee 5%. So those interest, just to understand what those percentages are, that's why this one is 245%, is to get to that 5%, to get to the 5 times the guarantee. And so then on page 10, top of page 10, basically that's making the common school reserve account inviolate. Then if you go down to the bottom, you'll see the 420% as opposed to the 245 on the other page. That's because we guarantee more out of the common schools account than we do out of the permanent middle trust fund. So it's a higher percentage. Then if you go to page 11, we're going to those smaller accounts. This is, I believe, it's the Hathaway, and that's only 210%. Or that's our higher ed account. Then if you go to page 12, we take language out of the current statute, and we're taking that money out because this is, again, this particular language was added to have reserve accounts be backstops for other things. So we're pulling that out and saying, no, we're not going to use these reserve accounts for anything except for what they are designated for, which is to help supply the guarantee when these funds don't meet the guarantee that we established by statute. Then the next page is doing the same thing all over again with the Hathaway Scholarship Fund. Go to section 3, page 14. Now we're talking about, in the early part, we moved all the money and gathered it on the school side. Now we're on the school side, we're creating a fund and directing that money into that fund. On page 16, this requires the SLIB to certify that the Treasurer's Office can perform the function that we're asking them to do. That's just kind of a functionary component to it. And then if you go to page 17, basically, last year we appropriated $533,000 out of this particular account. And so on the Hathaway Scholarship side, so this just basically restores those dollars back. So why are we doing this? We're doing this to make money with our money, to make more money with our money and invest it wiser, as directed by our financial advisors and our Chief Investment Officer for the State Treasurer's Office. So this is one of the neat ways we can actually not raise taxes, but make more money for our state for the operations of government. And so I'd be happy to answer questions. Otherwise, ask for your support.
Further discussion? Further discussion on the bill? Representative Overmiller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you heard there's two really aspects to these reserve accounts. You got the one side dealing with the investments and the other side dealing with how it supports current flow of cash. So on the strength of the investment piece enough, or just alone, you should vote for this. This is a better bill than where we are today. And on that strength alone, you should vote for this. The rest of it on the other side, how it supports, there's a lot of complications to that. We can work on some of those issues in the interim, hopefully end up at a much simpler place there so that everybody can understand how those flows take place. But today, on in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Okay, members, now before we go, we've really been discussing the proposed Standing Committee Amendment number 1, which is a substitute bill. We're gonna have to take a vote on that. Any further discussion? I've sensed a question being called on the Standing Committee Amendment number 1. Question by the Mr. Speaker has a comment. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. To the good bringer of the bill, you know, it doesn't matter whether it was the last bill or this bill. I always have the question when I see findings, because usually findings are trying to cover up an unconstitutional issue in the bill. And so why are there this many findings in this bill?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the good Chairman Nicholas.
So I think that Mr. Speaker was probably off the floor when I explained why there were findings in this bill. But the answer is because of the imperativeness that these funds stay inviolate once we do this. I thought in this particular bill, over time, having this language assures a sound legislator to act in the best fashion possible.
Okay, now we're on this Standing Committee Amendment. Any further discussion? Okay, question me. Oh, we have a question, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the bringer of the bill, or this amendment in particular, I just want to make sure that I understand it correctly, that these findings would not preclude a future legislature in an emergency situation from reversing the inviolateness of these accounts and keeping potential income tax from taking place.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is correct. I mean, if we have an emergency situation, we could go in and spend out of the Wildlife Trust Fund as well, even though we treat it as inviolate. We just got to remember not to do those things. And so, I would move the Standing Committee Amendment number 1. This is the substitute bill, so now we're just voting on that, on creating the substitute bill. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Okay, that has been adopted. We are now on the bill, which is a Standing Committee Amendment, and we have a Committee of the Whole Amendment. Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, I would like to withdraw Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1. And so this may come back on
The Whole
second
Amendment
reading.
number 1 has been withdrawn. We're back on the bill. Any further discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Representative Nicholas's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report to do so at the recommendation that House Bill 89 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That House Bill 89 has passed the Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 4. The reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 4, sponsored by Labor, Medicaid 12-month postpartum coverage, an act relating to medical assistance and services. Mr. Speaker, your Committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 4, Medicaid 12-month postpartum coverage, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Klauston, O'Hearn, Yin, Zwanitzer. Noes, Representatives Hornock, Penn, Trujillo, Ward. Representative Zwanitzer, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was re-referred House Bill 4, Medicaid 12-month postpartum coverage, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stith, Walters, Zwanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Chairman Zwanitzer Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move in the Committee of the Whole rise to report it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 4 do pass. And I would further move the Standing Committee amendment. And if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll just take out the Standing Committee amendment right away before we get into the bill. Two simple changes, ladies and gentlemen, the Standing Committee amendment. The first on page 2, line 5, we're deleting person and inserting woman because only women can get pregnant. And the second part is when we looked at the fiscal note of this bill only requires it for the next year and a half until the next biennial budget. And so they don't need the full 3.8 million. They only need half of that to finish the biennium, the 1.9. And so just a catch in the fiscal world, would ask for your favorable aye vote on the Standing Committee amendment.
Any questions on Standing Committee amendment? Seeing none, question called. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 4, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say no. That amendment has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Chairman Zwanis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, House Bill 4 is about postpartum Medicaid coverage under the American Rescue Plan here last year, year and a half ago. Our federal government, HHS, did approve an extension of coverage for Medicaid eligible mothers from the current 2 months to the full 1 year extension that the federal government's allowing us up until 2027. I think everyone in the room is aware of this bill by now, but let me hit just a couple of the facts and the questions that we got as a committee. So right now, 35 other states have already approved this extension. The rest, I think at least another 8 are working on it this session in 2023 to determine if they'll move forward or not. Children born on Medicaid, right, they already have 1 year of this full coverage. And so what this bill does is give their mothers the same full year. The way this federal extension does work, it basically is an all or nothing approach for that full 12 months. And so we did talk about if you could do a 6 months or 9 months. I believe the state of Texas is trying an interesting waiver approach, but everything I've read and people I've talked to have kind of agreed that it's not going anywhere and that is not an approach Wyoming should take. I think we heard from almost every person testifying in the committee that of the 14 first world developed nations on this planet, we, as in the USA, ranks 14th out of 14 for mortality rates of mothers within 1 year of giving birth. And so, this was this was the only interim committee bill from the House, from the Labor, Health, and Social Service Committee. So happy to get it to the floor finally. We heard some compelling testimony, which encouraged your 2023 committee to bring it to the floor for discussion among all of the members, and would happy to answer any questions I can, or would ask for your favorable aye vote.
Further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor, question being called, all those in favor of Chairman Zwanis's motion? Oh, okay. If you want to speak, right in front of the podium. Okay, Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against this bill. So contrary to popular belief that this is simply an extension of current Medicaid, this is actually truly an expansion as well. It does extend, but it also expands because this increases the eligibility increases it to 154% of the federal poverty level, which is much higher than what our current Medicaid is at. So we're looking at increasing this from, currently they're covered until up to day 60 being postpartum. The reason we currently have that coverage is because that's when the postpartum period is the most dangerous. There is a time after having a baby when there are greater risks. And we heard in committee that time is typically resolves by 60 days. And that's why we have 60 days at this point. And so we're looking at increasing at the 154% of the poverty level from day 61 until 12 months. So this is more than just an extension. This is also an expansion. There are other programs available to these women as well. What happens at the end of 60 days and actually before that point, but they get mailed a form that they fill out, and that would help them understand if they're eligible for other non-Medicaid but still federally recognized and funded programs. So let me read to you some of the eligibility requirements for those programs. Transitioning from Pregnant Woman Program, which is what this up to 60 days. Age is 19 to 44, is a US citizen, a Wyoming resident, not eligible for other Medicaid programs, doesn't have health insurance, must not have a medical procedure to prevent pregnancy, and has an income less than or equal to 159% of the federal poverty level. So these other programs actually go above what this Medicaid extension would do at 154%. So there are other options available. So with that, I would urge a no vote.
Representative Trujillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One moment, I kind of messed up my papers. I wanted to read the definition of postpartum. The time that begins right after birth and lasts about 6 months. And there are 3 levels of postpartum: acute phase, which is the 24-hour immediately following delivery; subacute phase, which can last 2 to 6 weeks following delivery; and the late phase can last from 6 weeks to 6 months of the following delivery. If this bill is titled postpartum care, I think we need to look at that first. And I just had a list. We have Wyoming Life Resource Center, which an estimated 59 million. We have the Kid Care Chip for the kids. We have mandatory adult Medicaid, which is part of TANF, and when the mothers go from their 60-day care, they can fall into this, which is at 125 million. And then we have WIC, which is about 24 million. All these programs are made to help mothers from the postpartum time, actually the whole time they're pregnant. And then I have one more thing. Give me 1 second. I had too many notes here. I'm going to read you the Pregnant by Choice waiver. Medicaid provides pregnancy planning services through this section, 1115 waiver, with the goal of reducing the incidence of closely spaced pregnancies and decrease the number of unintended pregnancies in order to reduce health risks to women and children and achieve cost savings. These services are available to women who have received Medicaid benefits under the Pregnant Women Eligibility Program and would otherwise lose Medicaid eligibility at 60 months. This program goes for the whole entire 12 months of postpartum care, and it's already paid through Wyoming Medicaid.
Okay. Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the good bringer. The title says it's a temporary expansion of benefits, Medicaid expansion. But I'm a little confused what temporary means in this context for this bill. It has an appropriation of $3.8 million per year, but after the second year, it goes away. So is temporary meaning that it's only for the next 2 years and then it all of a sudden ends? And if that's the case, who's going to tell these people that the program is ending? Is there any appropriation for getting that word out to make sure that they are aware that the program ends? Because I know it's very difficult to have an entitlement program and then take it away. It almost never happens. So we either need to extend the appropriation on the fiscal note, or I think we need to have some way of getting that message out so that people don't think it's going to continue into the future. Thank you.
Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the bringer of the bill. This particular program was ostensibly set up as part of a health emergency. So we were just informed by the administration that they anticipate us to be no longer in a health emergency come May. So do we really need this program since that's ostensibly the purpose of it? Thank you.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple comments. I wanted to explain that the reason why we rank so low with infant mortality is not because we don't have extended Medicaid and Medicare coverage. It's because the medical cartel tends to treat pregnancy as a disease rather than a healthy event in the United States. It has nothing to do with this bill. Furthermore, federal money always, always, always comes with strings. What freedoms are we going to give up to take this money from the feds? Thank you.
Representative Larson, Lloyd.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think maybe, hopefully, and I appreciate the good freshmen coming in here and making some good debate on this, but there's maybe a couple of things we could clarify just a little bit. One was a reference to the Wyoming Life Resource Center where these mothers could get services. Wyoming Life Resource Center, as you all know, or most of you know, is a facility for our intellectual and developmentally disabled population and doesn't provide healthcare services to mothers. There was a claim that this postpartum coverage is expanding it to 159% of the federal poverty level. That's been the qualification. That 159% it's been at that for decades. That's not an expansion from where it maybe say like 138 or 140, and now it's moving up to include a bigger group. It's always included that group. Well, not always, but for the last decade or two, it has included that. The pregnant by choice, which is an 1115 waiver, is really centered around providing an annual visit for the pregnant mother or female, and it's really focused on birth control and those sorts of family planning type activities that you could get, and but anyway, that's what that 1115 waiver is. Now, it's true, there's, and I thought it was really a good comment from the freshman from my part of the world, where she really did line out very well that it can't be, and the good chairman too, is this, the mothers are currently eligible up to 60 days after birth. The child, the baby, goes on to kid care, or CHIPS, and continues on. She would then be allowed past 60 days to go up an additional 10 months and she would have full Medicaid services. She would be eligible for whatever Medicaid would cover over that time. So what if we thought 12 months was too long? Could we come back and do 6 months or 9 months? Yes, but not in this manner. We'd have to do an 1115 waiver. An 1115 waiver, then you've got to, you're showing that it's cost neutral to the system. This is an easier pass, probably less costly to the state. Maybe not. I'll take that back. I don't know if it's less costly to the state, but because you got to show that cost neutrality. So what this really does, folks, is it's a program that has existed. The reason this came up is during the COVID series, where you couldn't take people off from Medicaid. It becomes somewhat evident that the mothers who were eligible for Medicaid and were receiving this postpartum coverage, that the return visits back to the emergency room at the hospital decreased significantly because they were getting their ongoing, this extended care. That was the basis behind allowing it to go forth. I think the good healthcare provider knows far better than I that those initial 60 days are probably the most critical, but it doesn't, there are still some issues, from my understanding, that exist in the postpartum care to the parent, to the mothers, that has really reduced impacts back to hospitals. I like the idea and support the expansion of this time frame.
Speaker Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just want to remind everybody when we're debating to try to not assign judgment to people or organizations, and we just need to keep our debate tight or eventually we spiral out of control. So urge you not to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honored against this bill. Look at the SAMHSA report, 2020. Wyoming does not take information on mental health of pregnant women, period. It's in the federal report. What is the maintenance effort going to cost the state by doing this? Nobody's answered that question. There's other programs, like the good speaker, the doc back here, said there's other programs they can go and apply for. Before they fall off of Medicaid, they're sent a letter and they're put through all the other programs. If they qualify, they go on to a different program. All right, I have experience with this. This was my wife's program when she worked for the Department of Health. All right, so on and against.
Representative Wiley.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My fellow representatives, we've had a vigorous debate today to protect life. And that moved on, and we are going to do that, and we're going to hold the line. By doing that, we also need to be damn sure that we're prepared and willing to roll up our sleeves and be able to fund programs for mothers and children. It's going to be an issue, and we're going to have to find ways to do it. I'm on and for. Thank you.
Representative Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm on and against this bill. I was approached by a hospital board member from my district that said Medicaid doesn't pay anywhere close to what the costs are. And if we continue to expand this, our hospital is going to go broke. Thank you.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, in reference to the debate we had before lunch, I don't think I really need to remind you, but you may remember that I pointed out the limitation of labels. And that while I do consider myself pro-life, I think this bill gives a good example of why labels are often insufficient to understand complexity of issues. So I am on and for this bill because I believe that part of being pro-life is opening up possibilities and options for women to choose life. My goal is not to make abortion illegal. My goal is to make it unthinkable and then to become unneeded. And it is bills like this that open that lane up, that provide it. And again, we're not expanding the number of people eligible. We're just expanding some coverage here. And it is a tool, I believe, those of us who believe in life and spoke very passionately about that earlier today, that we can use to help women decide to choose life. On and forward.
Representative O'Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The good representative from House District 18 mentioned the 1.9 million. The Department of Health will ask for on page 3, line 6, for this to be included in their biennium budget from now on. Just want to clear that up. Like the good district from where she just spoke from, healthy mothers equal healthy babies, and we're all in for healthy babies from the point of conception until natural death. So take care of the mother, the baby will be taken care of also. On and for this amendment.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Being pro-life does not necessitate taking one person's money by force, that's what taxes are, and giving it to another person. It is not the proper role of government to administer entitlement programs. That is the proper role of charity, whether churches or other organizations. When the government undertakes charity, it does not turn out well. Saying the government gave me something is like transfusing the blood from my left arm into my right arm with 90% of it spilling out on the floor.
Representative Trujillo.
I'm just going to tell you another number. Our percentages of pregnant mothers in the past 5 years has dropped about 32%. But we're now talking about increasing the dollar amount. I think we need to reevaluate how we're looking at our agencies and maybe the way they spend their money. They're pretty top-heavy when you have a $2 million budget for 13 people. That's all.
Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against, and I am pro-life vehemently, but I do want to make a point that the good representative from House District 54 made, that he said that there was a drop in emergency visits by mothers during COVID. There was a drop in visits to the emergency room by everyone during COVID. For a lot of it, because they wouldn't accept any other patients unless you had COVID. So that right there is, I mean, that's going to be a stat that we need to look at. As a mother who had 3 babies and was in postpartum, I'm going to tell you that mothers who are in need, most mothers don't look at themselves. They always look to their child. And where these women in need help is that year after. Diapers, formula, like we said, with a program that already exists, the Kid Chip. That's where they're needing it. Most women, and I will say 98% of women, you go in for your postpartum checkup at 6 weeks, you have all of your birth control figured out with your doctor, you really are not being seen unless there is an absolute emergency. So with that, I would just, on and against, not that I don't love babies, I do, but we have a program that helps take care of those children currently, and that's what most mothers are looking for. Really, truly. I mean, most mothers are self-sacrificing, so they want to make sure their kids are taken care of.
Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just go through a couple of things to make everybody aware of what this means. A third, as we heard in committee, a third of pregnancies in Wyoming would fall under this category. So we're talking a third of pregnant women, of mothers, would receive this coverage. Different than what we're talking about when we're expanding Medicaid as a whole. This coverage actually requires Wyoming to foot 50% of the bill. So we have a third of women, we have 50% of the bill that Wyoming's responsible for, and the Medicaid coverage covers everything. It covers a splinter, it covers a broken leg, it covers something that my sister has just gone through, spending nearly a month in the hospital because she had a baby 9 months ago. So it covers everything. We don't know what the cost will be on this. It could get incredibly expensive for the state of Wyoming, incredibly expensive. So please keep that in mind. And then we're also talking about just keeping something in place rather than rolling back to what we were before COVID. Before COVID, this wasn't part of the discussion. We had something in place that gave Medicaid coverage for 2 months. It seemed to work. Now we're talking about expanding Medicaid for 10 more months to the ladies that fall under this category. And then also I do want to just mention that there could be some unintended consequences with all of this. By doing this, it may be a possibility that we're incentivizing women to get pregnant, or we're incentivizing women not to get married so that they can keep their income at a certain level. So please be careful with this. As we know, everything that the government does works very, very well. So I would urge you to vote no for this. Thank you.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I failed to. There's a couple of questions from the good representative from here in the capital city on SAMHSA and a maintenance of effort question. Of course, SAMHSA's mental health, that's the mental health funding that comes from the federal government. It is different than the Medicaid funding. It's just for mental health. And there may be some SAMHSA funds that come into that, I don't know, but this is the expansion, this would be the state's program for Medicaid, and that already exists, expanding the services up to a year, and there is no maintenance of effort on this. So if you, at the end of the biennium, if you decided that you didn't want to fund this for 12 years anymore, you would make that choice. But maintenance of effort, I think, is important to understand, is that once you put this amount in, then the conditions are is that you have to put that amount in perpetuity going forward. That does not exist with the programs that we have. You could lose some federal funding. You lose federal funding on any Medicaid program now if you don't fund it on the state side, because it's a 50-50 match. And if you only, and whatever the state puts in, they're going to match 50% of that. I think our nonprofits and our religious organizations really try to reach out and help and provide services to their parishioners and those less fortunate in their communities. I just don't think that they have, well, and I think if they were providing all those services, then government could clearly step out. But if they're not, I think that's why you're seeing the hospitals having to absorb the costs of this and others, is because charities just is not paying the bill.
Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just have a question for the bringer of this. On page 2, at the end of section 2, this program will end 2027. And on page 3, the appropriation on June 30th, 2024 shall revert. So a very wise statesman told me one time, if you can't get a fiscal note, how can you vote and go home and face your constituency? Because you don't know how much of their money you spent. So in 2025, on the back of the fiscal note, it shows 0. Looks to me like that there's 25, 26, and part of 27. Could you speak to that as to what that's going to look like? Because on the fiscal note, it sure doesn't spell that out very well. Just talk a little more about that.
Representative Clouston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is another thing that we heard 4 hours of testimony and discussion on. And in that, I wrote down the first 8 groups that spoke in favor of this, from associations dealing with hospitals and nurses, also some of the religious groups. And if you remember, during our chief executive State of the State, this is one of the things that he asked that we look at and pass. He was in favor of this. My most compelling argument that I heard was, it was called access to the right care. So we heard testimony that in other states, these women were being treated by their physicians and not always going to the emergency room. So for me, that was the most compelling argument, that these women, these mothers going through whatever they were going through that first year, were getting the care that they needed, which allowed them to be better mothers. Thank you.
Representative Zwanitz or Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to answer some of those questions, let me start with the fiscal note and some of the numbers were thrown around. So as you can see from the fiscal note, it's about 1,200 mothers per year is the population we're targeting. And so when I started in this body as a good chairman, I think we were just 47 or 48% of the babies in the state were born on Medicaid. We're down to like 37 or 38% now. We've come a long, long way in the past 18 years since I've been in this body. To talk about the fiscal note specifically, so this program under Medicaid with the public health emergency has been in effect for about 2 years, 2.5 years. We're gathering all of that data. The department would like to do some valid statistical studies. They think we need another year and a half of data to make when informed of if we're actually meeting the cost and the this question of, are we saving money in the long run, or are we just, is this going to cost the state? As you heard the good Vice Chairman of Appropriations, there's some strong belief that we can't quantify right now that this is actually going to save the state money. So the bill itself, because as you all know, the public health emergency is ending in April, so officially May, we're no longer extending that coverage starting here in 2 months. And so this financial note of 1.9 million is just to get us through the end of the fiscal cycle. Then this would go before appropriations for the next biennium in 2024, and your appropriations committee would have to make the decision whether or not to continue at that time. So that's why the bill is just a one-year funding to bridge the gap until the next budget cycle. The federal program itself, when under the American Rescue Plan, they extended this until 2027. So the federal window of taking this on and doing that 50-50 match in Wyoming, that's the 2027 date that this kind of federal match is exploring. So we know the program will last to the federal government until 2027. We're hoping that if this bill passes, it'll go through another 1.5 years until the end of June 30th, 2024. Your Appropriations Committee next February will have to decide whether or not, well, before then, to put it in the budget, and we'll probably have this conversation again next year. So I hope that answered the financial questions. This bill gets it through the end of middle of 2024. The program itself goes through 2027 while this 50-50 match is available for the year.
Majority Floor Leader, are you Representative Harrelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the things that in my other life, I am the one that helps marriages. I actually officiate marriages as a pastor. And one of the things I found interesting is in the last, it would be 6 years, in the last 6 years, I've had 5 individuals that have chosen not to get married. They've halted their marriage plans because of a pregnancy. And there's no way that they could get, they would be disqualified for the coverage. And so we're at a point where you guys have to understand that we in the idea of creating solutions, we can create problems too. And there's a personal responsibility aspect to this that I think hasn't been brought forward. I understand we want to take care of kids. We want to take care of moms. No one's saying otherwise on that. We have programs in place that are doing that, but this is just going to continue to instigate this mentality that, hey, you know what? We'll let the state take the bill. And I think that there's a point where personal responsibility still has to come back into this. And this is an area that I've personally watched and seen that this is going to continue to create that behavior and continue to create that action and attitude. So definitely don't think that this is the time, this is the need, and anytime we have to partner with the federal government to do it, I am very much concerned about it. So on and against.
Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just some curiosity to kind of help me understand a little bit better through the good bringer. During your testimony in committee, was there any information that was given in regards to the data previous to the extension of this program? I mean, we've been doing evidently this for some time. What was the data that was given and what needs were being realized beyond the 60-day window? I mean, did primarily most of them take place in 90 days, 120, 180? And what were those situations and what was the percentage of those, well, I guess it wouldn't be the 1,200, but of the ladies that were affected by this and using this program, what percentage of them actually had needs beyond that 60 days? And by the way, I do appreciate the last speaker there. That was an issue I was going to also speak to as well. We want to be very careful about making it more financially acceptable to maybe push folks to not get married, to qualify for certain programs, levels of funding and things like that. So this is also something we must consider in this piece of legislation.
Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I can actually speak to and answer the questions that were just raised. And I appreciate the questions because I was going to bring that up as well. So in committee, it was put out by our director of the department that oversees health that because we had accepted in March of 2020, we had accepted a higher federal match of 6.2% because of the rescue Plan Act and such. So the federal strings that came with that increased match was that we were then prevented from disenrolling any Medicaid patients. And that is currently still in effect. So this program started out at 1,250 women that were part of this program. And because they weren't allowed to be disenrolled, even after they were no longer pregnant and beyond 12 months postpartum, they were still required to be enrolled and are still required to be enrolled. We went from 1,200 to 4,200. So when we talk about, there was a comment made that this might actually save our state money, let's be reminded that a previous speaker mentioned, which is true, that this coverage is at 50-50 match. We've gone from an expected, and our fiscal note is based upon 1,200 enrolled members, but currently we're at 4,200 plus members at 50% match. So the director that was giving us this information, he was asked and made comment on that. What do the statistics say? Is this helpful? Is this, because there's a lot of anecdotal things. People say, what if, then, what if all these things? Will this decrease the emergency room visits? Will it decrease bad outcomes and adverse effects? And he had put this out as because we couldn't disenroll, this gave us the perfect opportunity to study this as if we had already passed this bill. And so basically we've been, in Wyoming, we've had this enacted as if this bill were passed. And his comments on what the statistics showed us, he said, we can't say for sure if this coverage extension was helpful at preventing any of the issues. So here he admitted that we had the perfect opportunity to study, and they were watching and studying. And they couldn't tell us if it was beneficial. They couldn't tell us if it decreased any emergency room visits or prevented adverse outcomes. But what that says to me, though, is look at what federal strings we just accepted, where they changed the rules on us and they said, no longer can we disenroll. That's not something that I think that we want to rush into. That's something that requires a lot of thoughtful evaluation, and we need more evidence, because the evidence just simply isn't there. As was mentioned before about the SAMHSA numbers, that's reality. They in that particular sector, they don't look at postpartum mental health or pregnant woman mental health. They weren't tracking it, and so we can't give numbers on what our rates currently are, and we can't give numbers on if this will make a difference. So this seems to be based a lot on emotion. And it sounds like a good thing to do because we love moms, we love babies, and we want to support those things. But is this the proper role of government to do that, to be in this sector of healthcare? I've had people reach out to me and tell me that this is no different than accepting federal money to maintain our interstates. And I say, I think that it is quite different, because our Constitution delineates the proper roles and powers of federal government, and interstate commerce is one of those things. And so federal money for roads is much different than taking federal money for healthcare, which is not delineated in our Constitution as a federal power. Another issue that
My apologies.
Another thing that I would say is this automatically rolls these women over from at day 61 to a full 12 months, but we haven't reevaluated to determine in the previous 10 months from pregnancy until, well, actually 11 months, I guess, from pregnancy till 60 days postpartum, has their eligibility changed? Are they now eligible for other insurance through their employer or through their husband's employer? Are they still eligible? But we're just automatically kicking them over to an additional 10 months of coverage. I think that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Representative Block.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here again, we always have this feeling that if we let government get farther involved in this process, that it will somehow make healthcare better. I think we could all point to cases where that's been proven not to be true. And I just want to bring this to attention. I know we've again, not that we don't want to help folks, we definitely want to help folks, and we certainly love this group of people. But it's kind of interesting listening to a few people testify, and one of the terms used, which I thought was quite interesting, was expansion does not mean enhancement. Okay, and that's been proven many times by throwing dollars at these kinds of programs. Expansion of these programs doesn't enhance healthcare. And I think that's something that we need to keep an eye on, and I think that's been proven in many cases. And I just want to point out, you know, we've already seen, listened to some of these doctors testify on what's happening, the fact that the existing Medicare, Medicaid programs where basically the doctors cannot provide the level of health care that they'd like to because the programs aren't adequate or aren't sufficient and really don't do what they were intended to do. So I'm on and against this bill. I'm sticking to the philosophy here, and I truly believe it's true that the deeper we get into this, I don't really think we make it better. I think we don't enhance healthcare. I think the unintended consequences that have been mentioned many times are the fact that in many cases we actually hurt our healthcare. And so I'm on and against this bill.
Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a little bit of clarification. I guess after the speaker before last offered some information, I guess it was pretty interesting to me. So I would like a little bit more clarification. Anticipated 1,250 enrollees. Currently, we have evidently 4,200 based on her testimony. What and why are we continuing to add when this is supposed to be a certain length, was what we're understanding, a certain length program? Why are these enrollees not leaving the program? Why are we continuing to accumulate enrollees? And what services are they being allowed or offered in this extended time? And why are they not dropping off at the end of that year?
Representative Zwanitzer Dan.
Thanks. Let me try to get as many of those questions as I can. So first, everyone on Medicaid stays on Medicaid for the last 2.5 years, right? So it's not if you're a postpartum mother, you're a kid who's 19 now out of foster care, right? So that's the number of why it's 5,800 is because even after that 1-year window, you're still on Medicaid until April, and then we're going to start ratcheting it down person by person. So let me try to get some of the other questions. First, let me correct, we were down to only 31% last year in Wyoming of Medicaid births. So it's come down much further than even I thought in the last couple of years. Second, let me remind you, you have to qualify for Medicaid before giving birth, and then so we're not expanding the population, we're just extending the population instead of the 60 days or 2 months, give or take a week, to that full year. So you still have to be eligible, you still have to qualify, you still do that before giving birth. We're just taking that previously established population and extending them. That's about 1,200 roughly. I would slightly push back that the Department of Health doesn't have data. They have lots of data, and they have, I would say, good data that shows positive influences and impacts. What they have asked, and what any good social scientist wants, is statistically valid data over time, and they believe they need at least about another year to quantify and say, now that we've had a 3-year study, we can affirmatively say, or affirmatively not say, what some of these questions are revolving. And so I think that's one of the nice things about this bill. They might have these numbers with kind of the end of their sample size study before next year in 2024, and maybe the Appropriations Committee say, hey, this isn't saving the state money, we're not going to continue it. But for some reason, at least 35 other states have said, hey, this is working really well for us, we want to keep doing it. To answer the good majority floor leader's questions from 2 times ago, the testimony in committee were, as previously stated, you get about a checkup about 6 weeks after birth. And so in many cases, that's about when postpartum depression can set in. And then those meds usually, depending on the person and who I've talked to, they can go anywhere from 2 to 4 months of needing to be on on depression medication, right, for some of those issues. Some other times of that 6-week checkup, you find there are some complications. It takes more than 2 more weeks to get in to the doctor's office in some cases and solve some of those ongoing medical issues they may have. And so I think at a committee, most of the testimony, by 6 months after giving birth, they kind of know what's going on. The problem is the way the federal government has structured this is it's that full year. So I believe I hopefully answered all of the questions that were stated. And I just wanted to make sure, we talk a lot about government, but healthcare costs money, right? And so you can say it's government funds. Private charities, churches are not stepping up to cover, Medicaid costs at this level. And so, yes, we can push back on the government, but ultimately it's just quality healthcare costs money. Even in Wyoming, it costs a little bit more here. We're a rural kind of state.
Representative Trio.
It was very hard trying to calculate
Representative
numbers and
Trio,
money
make
when
sure
you're
you
looking at
address
the
it.
Department of
Representative?
Health's budget book. Oh, through you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, always address the chair. Thank you, Representative.
It was hard with you to my back. I
Please
forgot about
continue.
that. So it was really hard to get these numbers because Department of Health also intertwines with the Welfare Department. And that's where you have your TANF. TANF is the things that help your family. So your mother or your parent has a child and she does her 60 days and then she goes into her pregnant by choice. TANF is made to help low-income families and to keep the mothers insured. There are many in my district that have never had to worry about extensions or expansion of this sort because they fall into the low-income brackets that still continue their care. Now, in testimony, I heard a lot about, oh, well, it would be easier. It would be easier if we just slid them into this. There's nothing easy in government paperwork. What would be easy is to get a computer that can tie all 5 programs that Wyoming already pays for to help the mother out. We have the money, we're top heavy. We need to hold our agencies accountable for the way they're spending the money. We see it at the top, but our people aren't seeing it at the bottom.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the question, as this expansion of the postpartum coverage timeline has gone, some of the questions I have asked are similar to yours. Is, are we seeing any evidence of cost savings? What will the cost be? Generally, they do this on a per member per month, meaning the mother. What they see is prenatal. Is that the right word? And thank you. Is so up and that cost for providing that coverage is about $1,000 a month per member per month. But this postpartum that they've been able to determine, because there's a significant number of mothers, has been claimed here after about 30 to 60 days, just don't need any more services. But those that have services available, and they find that the per member per month drops from about $1,000 to around $250. So there's a significant drop in the utilization of Medicaid after that child is born. I think that there's a little confusion again, and I appreciate the difficulty in this, and that there's an enhanced rate. The number of mothers that were on the program escalated because you couldn't take them off. That's all accurate and true. That ends in April. They've sent out the letters disenrolling. That was the requirement, and that's why they had the enhanced rate. This program, if expanded, is at a 50-50 match, similar, just like the rest of our Medicaid programs involved. I think that there's always a challenge in whatever we provide as a state, that somehow the program could be gamed. I mean, was it really you that shot that elk with the license that's in your name? Was it really? Did your kids really catch those fish, or did you game the system and catch all of them and your share? I mean, we have it all over. Now, I think there's a fair conversation that you have a young couple that finds themselves in approaching a situation where they're going to be parents and they're not married. And I don't think it's the fault of the program that they're not getting married. I think that that goes far deeper back in the conversation and to some of the conversation that we've had on this floor on family and parental and ecclesiastical help on making, if that's really something that should be taken care of, then I think that it's not the program's fault. I think maybe there's some course correction that needs to take place some other way. So I know that this is and I appreciate, I think we've had some good conversation on that. And there's not hard feelings, that there's very strong feelings on both sides of this issue. And it really comes down to, are we expanding the role of government in an appropriate way? And so, good luck on your vote.
Representative Byron.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to try to bring it back to the bill. This is about the mother and the child. This is about supporting them when they need us the most. This is a decision that you were sent to make. And we clearly are divided on this, but try to see through the wonderful opinions we're hearing, and we will continue to hear. Try to see through the jargon we're hearing, and remember, it's about the mother and the child when they need help the most. So please consider that as you make your vote.
Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am pro-life, and I do support this bill. The question is, do we or do we not support mothers who need this help? How can we say we don't want government involved in postpartum care, but we want government involved in abortion prohibition? In my opinion, you can't have it both ways. Thank you.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a little note here from the 2020 platform of the Republican Party, the party to which most of us are aligned.
Point of order.
I'm sorry.
Point of order, we got to stick to the amendment. That's what, or to the bill. We're talking about the bill now.
The point is to the bill, I assure you, and I apologize for forgetting myself. Liberty is indivisible from economic freedom. The free market economy is the economic system most compatible with the requirements of personal freedom and constitutional government. Government's undue interference in the market, as well as the fiscal irresponsibility of government, results in economic inequity. There exists no fundamental right to the fruits of another person's labor. A former president once said, "Government isn't the solution, it's the problem," and that is a paraphrase. It always amazes me when our knee-jerk reaction is, whenever there's some sort of societal ill, to immediately go to the government and throw more money at it. This isn't the answer. Thank you.
Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take you just briefly back to the fiscal note on this bill. And the good representative that usually sits right here to my left, he brought up the item per member per month. So the way that this fiscal note was written is it's based on an estimate of per member per month. So we're talking about roughly 1,200 women at any one time on this per member. The estimated cost for their coverage to do something during the 10-month extension that we're talking about here was $250. That's the estimate. I don't know if any of you have had some medical things happen over the last year or so, but I'm just, in my opinion, the fiscal note is way, way low compared to what it needs to be. So the $250 will barely cover a prescription drug if that is something in line. Also, a question on this, I guess, is if the federal government is thinking that their system for paying for the 50% side of this goes away at the end of 2027, and we want to keep this going, how much is that going to cost at that time? The federal government then is completely out of it, and that means that Wyoming will be on the hook. I just think that, taking you back to the fiscal note, I think that it is, it's going to cost way more money than is shown, because we're talking about medical coverage for any situation for these women in need. Thank you.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I guess. Okay, thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to say this is great debate, and a lot of these emotions are from people that we know, or family, or issues in our communities. But I hope that we, and I had a conversation here with another colleague just a few minutes ago about the differences in our backgrounds and what we're fighting for. But I would just ask you, if we are looking to support a program for women and babies, and during that time, we have had the mental health reorganization that's been going on, and these entities within our state are working together to provide services that are beneficial and not so individualized within themselves, but to work together as units. We have had testimony quite a few times showing that there are programs. Wyoming is very, very good about taking care of our people. So I believe really that the question is, do we need to sign on to this because nobody's getting any help, or is the help there and we don't need to do this and we can just vote? Thank you.
Chairman Hirschman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly, about 31% of the babies in Wyoming are Medicaid babies. And that's down substantially from the 40s as our economy has improved. And so what is Medicaid, I think, is the question. Medicaid is a government-run health insurance. Has about less than a 5% administration fee. Most of the money goes to the providers. So most of this 1.5 million a year, 1.9 for the 18, 19 months, most of it goes to providers. Government really runs about 3 insurance programs. Some of you seniors who are on Medicare are familiar with Medicare. Some of you veterans might be familiar with VA healthcare. And then Medicaid is for poor and disabled people. And so this amount we're talking about at 150%, I think, is around a mother who's making about $16,000 or less a year. So just so we kind of know the numbers, but I think that as I listened to all this, and I really just had to get up and stretch, and I appreciate the majority whip coming in, but I thought the good representative from the heart of the Bighorn Basin said it best, that when she said, we're trying to really prevent abortion. And I see this as the poor mothers who didn't go across the border to Colorado to abort their babies. And then when I'm driving down here yesterday, and same signs, and you've seen them all, but it talked about the mother and the child, pro-life, mother, child, love them both. And I just think there's a part of this, because it's more than just being pro-birth, right? And it's really this life, this key to any child's well-being is their mother. It's number one. Got 4 kids of my own, and I look at my wife, the mother. It's just a thing that us gentlemen can't understand. But to provide just a few more months of health insurance for those people who really win the lottery in reverse, something really bad happens, and they have to use health care. And we know our member month costs drop dramatically after a few months. But for those few folks that don't, and God forbid it happens to anybody you know, right? It's bad. And so that's where we step in, and we have insurance to kind of help all of us. As far as we live in probably the most charitable state in the United States. I think you look at the number of our 501c3s, it's incredible, the amount of giving in this state. But there is no one group that can take over the severest Medicaid case of a disabled person, or it costs over $100,000 a year. There is no church that can take that on. And it's just like the old days when we used to raise each other's barns, right? And maybe build roads for our little community. That doesn't happen anymore. So we pay a little bit of taxes to really help out when something really bad happens to us. So that's what we're talking about, expanding a little bit of government health insurance, Medicaid, to newborn, to new mothers that make under about $16,000, $17,000 a year. So next time you go out for lunch, ask your server, are you covered by health care? Start keeping track of that little poll. And so I encourage us, and we brought a lot of budget amendments. I saw amendments to cut budgets to the disabled. I saw one to give Texas $5 million for a border wall. But I want to focus on our babies and our mothers in Wyoming. And those ones making less than about $16,000 a year, to help them out for a few more months. And this 1.5 out of a year, out of basically a $1.5 billion general fund. I don't know, what's that, 0.1%? Yeah, so I think we can do this. And so I appreciate the good debate. I think everybody's heart's in the right spot. And that's why we get paid the big bucks to sit in those chairs and say aye and no. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it seems that some people are thinking that if we don't pass this extension, then these women will be completely without options for health care. And I think that's a misunderstanding. And it doesn't mean that they have to end up straight in the emergency room. Our clinics offer payment plans. Our local mental health counseling facilities, they offer sliding scale payment adjustments, which goes down to zero. So there are still options available outside of the other federally provided things that we've already discussed. There was some confusion, it seems, on what actually are we in. So I'm just going to read a paragraph that was provided on a memo from our, okay, I won't read from it. So basically it says that in March of 2020, we signed up to get this increased federal match. And in doing so, as I already said, the feds changed the rules and said, now you're no longer able to disenroll. So, and that is still in effect. So women that were enrolled in March of 2020 are still on it here in 2023. And we're still enrolling these people, and we can't disenroll them. As far as the numbers, it was alluded and mentioned that it costs $250 per woman per month to extend this coverage. So that's times 10 months. We're looking at extending it another 10 months. So that's $2,500 a year for these women. Currently, the director testified in our committee that we have 4,200 women on. So our fiscal note on this is $1.9 million. But if we're looking at $250 per month per person for an extra 10 months at 4,200 enrollees, that's actually $10.5 million. And that's our state's 50%. That's not including the federal match. That's the kind of money that we're looking at, and that's the kind of risk that we're taking on when we're making contracts and deals with the federal government that has the power to change their mind and to change the rules. Also, I would mention that the 35 states that have this program extension, 32 of them have state income tax. So we don't have that in this state, obviously. And so how are we going to cover this $10.5 million added cost? Also, Medicaid is the most poor, reimburses providers at the poorest rate of all insurance payers. And so we're essentially signing up our local clinics and things for more bad payment. On and against.
Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Harshman's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 4 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. House Bill 4 has passed committee of the whole. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. Less than 32. Again, House Bill 4 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for consideration is House Bill 151. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 151, sponsored by Representative Yin. Property tax exemption, child care facilities, an act relating to taxation and revenue. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred House Bill 151, property tax exemption, child care facilities, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Allred, Andrew, Berger, Lawley, Northrup, Provenza. Noes, Representatives Brown, Klauston, Obermueller. Representative Northrup, Chairman.
You've heard a reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Northrup?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 151 do pass. And I will give the presentation to the good presenter from the land of tall mountains.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members, I bring you House Bill 151 and ask for your favorable consideration. So members, I think this is a good segue from the last two bills where we keep moving forward in time. This is essentially to help provide incentives for being able to lower the cost of daycare as well as incentivize new daycares to be able to be formed. So all it is just a little Band-Aid to create a property tax exemption specific to daycare facilities. So was the standing committee amendment moved? Otherwise, I will move the standing committee amendment.
Representative Yin, it was not.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move standing committee amendment number 1 to House Bill 151 and ask for your favorable consideration. So just to dispose of this really quickly, what the committee did was to put a little bit of clarifying language in 2 different places. So on page 2, which is pretty much the entire bill, line 1, we add real and personal. So to clarify that it is both real property, so real estate, land, as well as personal property, because we also have personal property taxation in Wyoming for entities that run healthcare. And to clarify what nonprofit means on line 2, we're defining it as the US tax code's version of a 501c3 nonprofit. So we're not talking about 501c4s or Chamber of Commerce's, et cetera. We're talking about specifically that one type of nonprofit. And I'll ask for your favorable consideration on that.
Any discussion on the standing committee amendment? Representative Larson.
Thank you. My question to the bringer is why does that not include for-profit childcare? Is it?
Any further discussion on the amendment?
So, Mr. Chairman?
Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, just to answer that question, that's a bit more in the bill. This is more about clarifying language on what kind of nonprofit. But to answer the question, because it's a property tax exemption, I didn't exactly want the state to decide that we're going to incentivize certain type of for-profit businesses. That's still a policy choice that this body can make on a further reading amendment. But all this does is clarify the type of nonprofit that we're talking about. The question on the
Any further discussion on the Standing Committee amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 151, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 is adopted. We are back on the bill.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Yen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that note, I will also move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 151 and ask for your favorable consideration. So there was some discussion during the committee on what constitutes the type, a child care facility. So in our statute, child care facility is actually a fairly long list that has to do with like even juvenile detention facilities or child care facilities. This amendment clarifies that we're talking about nurseries, preschools, daycares, what you would generally think of as a child care facility in layman's terms, and kind of tighten the bill a little bit to limit it to that. So with that, I'll ask for your favorable consideration on Standing Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1.
Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 151, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 is adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Yen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with that, again, it's a kind of little tiny bill, but just one step that we can take to help incentivize and reduce the cost of childcare in our state, which we know in many of our communities, we have childcare deserts. So with that, I'll ask for your favorable consideration and happy to answer any questions.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, sorry about that, Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick note on the footnote, or the fiscal note mentions that the mass appraisal system of the clerks doesn't differentiate between the property classifications that this bill refers to. How do you expect the clerks to be able to manage this change in statute?
Representative Yen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So so it's called a computer-assisted mass appraisal system. They don't differentiate, and so the fiscal note determination is talking about what if we exempt it all between profit and nonprofit entities. There was some discussion, but we have quite a few property tax exemptions, and basically the assessor who determines the property tax bill and then gives it to the treasurer can work with the property owner to determine whether they are exempt or not. And we have a whole appeal system, so if the property owner believes that they are exempt and the assessor disagrees, they'll go to the County Board of Equalization and then the State Board of Equalization. So that process is all in place, and whether they would need to have a different category in that appraisal system, I'm not quite sure, but I don't think that they would.
Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against this bill, it's just too narrowly constructed. It excludes for-profit organizations. The only difference between a for-profit and a nonprofit is how you use your retained earnings. It doesn't mean that the nonprofit doesn't make a profit. In fact, some of the most profitable businesses in Wyoming are nonprofits, so that's a problem. Homes would not qualify, so if you have a daycare center at home, the tax is based on, taxes on your home are based on its primary use, not if you have a child care facility, so you couldn't, so it wouldn't work there. And it also excludes nonprofits, obviously, that rent facilities. So it's so narrowly construed with a little slice of this world that I'm on and against.
Any further discussion? Representative Yen? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Northrup's motion, when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 151 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. House Bill 151 has passed committee of the whole. Division being called. All those in favor of House Bill 151, please stand. Less than 32. Pursuant to House Rule 6-6B, having failed a standing division vote, a roll call vote is required. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clouston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stiff? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters excused. Ward? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Walters? Ward? Washit? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Swanitzer Dan? Swanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 15 aye, 47 no.
Having failed a roll call vote, House Bill 151 is indefinitely postponed. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 116. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 116, sponsored by Representative Allemand, prohibiting foreign property ownership in Wyoming, an act relating to property. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom was referred House Bill 116, prohibiting foreign property ownership in Wyoming, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Allemand, Allred, Banks, Conrad, Davis, Eklund, Slagle, Winter. Noes, Representative Crago. Representative Eklund, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee Number 2 Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom was re-referred House Bill 116, prohibiting foreign property ownership in Wyoming, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation to do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Henderson, Larson, Stiss, Walters. Noes, Representatives Nicholas, Sherwood, Zwanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You've heard a reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Eklund?
Mr. Majority Whip, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with recommendation that House Bill 116 do pass. There is a standing committee amendment that I will move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 116. Explain that briefly. There's a little change coming up anyway, but we believe there had to be an appropriation to help whoever, whether it's Secretary of State or the clerks, research this who-owned property here in Wyoming. So we added a $5 million appropriation, and I would move that amendment and ask for your favorable consideration.
Any further discussion? Representative Allemond.
Mr. Chairman, are we on the amendment?
Representative Allemond, we are.
Okay. What I have to say about the amendments on both of them is.
Representative Allemond, we are on the Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, the Chairman
Okay,
Eklund
on
amendment.
number
That's the
one.
one that's been moved.
I will be bringing an amendment on second reading to address the source of funding on this amendment number 1.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Question being called. Those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 116, say aye. All those against, say no. Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 has failed. We are back on the bill. Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Chairman, I turn the management of the bill over to its bill sponsor.
Representative Allemond.
Thank you, Chairman. This bill has probably had more activity on our emails than any other, and not one against it. The people of Wyoming want this bill. And what it does, it will not allow the countries of Russia, China, or any state sponsor of terrorists to buy any land, coal mine, oil field, and so on in the state of Wyoming. They will be allowed to buy 1 acre to build a residence on. And state sponsors of terror are North Korea, Cuba, Iran, and Syria. You know, we've had a lot of problems with China lately in the air, you know, big balloons flying over us. We look at this. This is a national and state security bill for Wyoming and the United States. Many other states have already banned mainly federal, or not federal, but mainly agriculture land from anybody, any foreign country from buying it. This bill, I just wanted to limit it to what are the worst actors. And there's a provision in this bill that if they now own it, they have 2 years to divest in it. And that's what I have to say right now.
Representative Allemond, would you like to move the second Standing Committee Amendment to your bill? No?
It's $100 million. Yes, sir, I'd like to move the second amendment to the bill.
It has been seconded. Any further discussion on Standing Committee Amendment Number 2 to House Bill 116?
Question.
Chairman Nicholas, would you like to move the Standing Committee Amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would move Standing Committee Amendment Number 2 to House Bill 116. I'll turn the explanation over to the good representative from the Sweet West.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, so taking a look at Standing Committee Amendment Number 2 to House Bill 116, you'll see that there's an additional $100 million appropriation associated with this bill. And you may wonder, well, why are we spending $100 million on this bill? And it relates to, if you go back to the bill and you look on page 3, starting with line 20, The bill provides a foreign government, foreign business, or foreign person, or any agent, trustee, or fiduciary thereof that owns or holds land in Wyoming on July 1, 2023 shall divest of all right, title, and interest in the land not later than 2 years after July 1, 2023, unless the holding or ownership is for a personal residency and satisfies the requirements of this subsection. So the effect of this would be that the foreign owner of land in Wyoming will effectively be forced to sell their property, okay? And what that means is because they're going to be forced to sell it and force it to sell it at a deadline, they will not be getting the fair market value in the private market for it because they're under duress to sell. People will be able to buy it at a significant discount. That in turn will be a taking under the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. And so we can expect that there will be claims against the state of Wyoming for this taking under the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. As a result, we can expect significant liability to the state if this bill is passed. And that's the reason we have a $100 million appropriation. So with that, I would stand for questions.
Any further discussion on the standing committee amendment? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe a taking, that concept only applies to U.S. citizens, right?
Stay calm just a little bit here. Representative Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm completely calm. So if we turn in our Constitution, our Wyoming Constitution actually, to Section 29, Article 1, it reads, "Rights of aliens. No distinction shall ever be made by law between resident aliens and citizens as to the possession, taxation, enjoyment, and descent of property, period." So actually it does protect people who are not necessarily citizens of the United States or even our state.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 2 to House Bill 116, say aye. All those opposed, say no. Standing committee amendment number 2 to House Bill 116 is adopted. We are back on the bill. Division being called. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand. More than 32. That amendment is adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Larson, or who we got going back there? There's a lot of people standing. Representative Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill will really hurt the industry in Wyoming. 3 of the 4 Trona patches in Southwest Wyoming are foreignly owned. So really take that into consideration when you're voting for this bill. Thank you.
Representative Conrad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the good bringer of the bill, just as a note, we had a very vibrant discussion on this bill as another one that was spoken about. My concern is with the bill, to the good speaker, a question. If in fact a Russian who is trying to evade the war or other issues, or maybe it's a Chinese citizen that is tired of the oppression that he has received and wants to move to the United States, and for whatever measure, means, or financial backing that he has saved and his family has for a number of years, we're going to restrict that person for just 1 acre? The concern that I have is if a person that's trying to oppress, or rather escape an oppressive regime, and they have enough funds or whatever, or maybe the parcel only comes with maybe 10 acres. We're telling that person that they can no longer live the American dream because you're settled to 1, or more importantly, limited to 1 acre. I find that fairly restrictive on top of what's already been spoken about by the Constitution of the state of Wyoming. So thank you.
Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Majority Whip, I'd like to share with the body a little of what we learned in the committee. There was a robust interest in this idea of stopping foreign ownership of property within the state, probably more than I even expected. As we got into it, we discovered the Constitution is part of it. We got to change the Constitution or something. Mechanically, we have trouble doing this. The corporations that are presently in the state and registered, we have no clue who owns those. Those could be foreign or domestic, we don't know. The clerks have no way of knowing when they title property, they title it, they find out later who it even was. So that's part of why we needed the 5 million appropriation, something to help the entities that have to research this figure out how to research it. So one of the bigger challenges is mechanically, we have no clue. We couldn't even get a hypothetical idea of how we would administer this idea of blocking foreign ownership in Wyoming. What we did come forward with that seemed like the best plan was an interim study, since there is an interest, and the Ag Committee would be interested in doing that, to have to be cleared by Management Council. But I believe that would be the quickest way to get through this, rather than pass this bill and then have to battle the courts. And I don't know how long that would take, but I think it'd be quicker to do an interim study. So that's kind of what we found out. It just has a lot of challenges. The concept is great and there's interest in it, but we don't even know how to do it.
Any further discussion? Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So this foreign property ownership actually puts back into a section that had previously, a chapter, I believe, and a title that had previously been repealed completely, titled Alien Land Law. And maybe just to make sure that we don't repeat history with some new bills, we can go over a little bit of history of why the old parts that we repealed existed in the first place. And one of the first ones was in 1943 in response to the Heart Mountain, essentially a concentration camp that existed in the state of Wyoming. Plenty of Japanese citizens, plenty of American citizens as well, who were Japanese, but also Japanese citizens who were put into a concentration camp during World War II. When they were released from that concentration camp, Wyoming didn't want them here. And part of what they did to keep them from being here is preventing them from owning land. And a lot of those folks were Japanese citizens. Some of them had previously lived in California for several years, but decided that they wanted to make Wyoming their home. But Wyoming decided they didn't want that to be their home. And so they had passed alien land laws that kept specifically those folks from being able to settle in Wyoming. And what I don't want to do is repeat history that we already had before, where we are telling folks who want to achieve the American dream in Wyoming that they can't do it. I get the exemption for personal residence, that's nice, but not being able to own your own business, how do you achieve the American dream if you can't do all those things? And so with that, I'll ask you to vote against the bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand the problem behind this. I understand the desire. I even agree to it with some of it to a certain extent. But the solution offered is completely and wholly insufficient, and for a lot of reasons that have already been mentioned. First of all, the nightmare of trying to really understand who owns what in this new corporate age we live in, and that who have we put that burden on? We put it on the states. We put it on the state to figure out complicated, complex corporate relationships and somehow figure out if that qualifies under this statute as a definition of foreign ownership. So that's a big problem. We already mentioned the problem of some liability to the state, but I'll tell you, as a business lawyer, this is very easy to get around. So we may think we've solved something, we may end the day feeling good about ourselves, but we've opened up to a lot of liability. And that's why the appropriations I support, because we have done that to ourselves. But I will tell you, in my field, this is not hard to get around. And so I'm against.
Any further discussion? Representative Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So at the end of 2021, we've seen that foreign businesses own property in 20 of the 23 counties in Wyoming. That number has doubled from 2010 to 2020. And not only are they owning private businesses, which these foreign businesses control agricultural land. That agricultural land then controls food production for the United States. When we allow our enemies, countries who have state sponsors of terrorism, et cetera, to control our food production, not only is that a security threat for Wyoming, but for the United States. So we have to tackle this issue. Right now, China is responsible for 55% of alfalfa exports. Food and the ability to feed livestock through that production could be kept home in the United States. Right now, our enemies are using United States property to feed their own people and to take resources from the United States and from Wyoming. If we're gonna be a top world player, if we're gonna stay competitive, if we're gonna have the ability to build ourselves on the home front, we have to get in front of this and have to keep Wyoming agricultural land and other resources that we use ourselves here to build up our own countries and not to build up our enemy countries. So on and in support of this bill.
Any further discussion? Oh, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a very simple solution. If you're a foreign entity and you want to own land in Wyoming under this bill, become a U.S. citizen. We will welcome you with arms open wide and welcome you into the American dream. Thank you.
Representative Obermueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The limited liability company is a formation of an entity that was actually invented in the state of Wyoming. Many other states have adopted it, but we have the finest LLC laws in the nation. It draws many investments. If you talk to the Secretary of State's office, the fact that we have LLCs, that it provides asset protection, that it provides privacy are the big draws for income coming into the state and businesses coming to this state. So the privacy piece of this makes it very, very difficult to find out who owns companies, and it's on purpose. Maybe some of you have LLCs that are designed for that purpose. So I would think very carefully about this kind of idea without first addressing the value in our use of LLCs, on and against.
Representative Alman.
Mr. Chairman, right now, the BLM cannot sell public land only to U.S. citizens, subject to federal and state law, no foreign ownership. 27 states, including Wyoming, right now are trying to figure this out. There's 12 states that have bills. The bill that Kansas has mirrors ours. The toughest one I've been able to find is Iowa, where if you do come in and try and cheat and buy something and you're found out that you're from a foreign country that's not supposed to be there, you forfeit it. You forfeit it to the state. That's how rough Iowa is. 35.2 million acres were owned by foreign entities in 2020, and that trend is growing. It's doubling every 10 years. So if we don't do something and do it now, there's going to be a lot more foreign land and foreign bad actors in the state of Wyoming. And 35 million acres. How much is that? That's half the state of Wyoming. When we get to the word resident alien, we got to remember resident, not just alien. The resident alien is someone who is living in Wyoming to be a resident. And these big companies are not by people living in Wyoming. A lot of them's living in New York or China. And I'm going to tell you a little story about an oil field that's centered in the middle of the state. There's approximately 130 wells in this little oil field. It's a very old oil field. It was developed mainly in the 20s and 30s. About 5 years ago, a Chinese company came in and bought it. They worked it for 2 years and decided, hey, this ain't working out. They had no other entities in the United States, but they walked off. They walked off and left us, the people, to plug those 130 wells. And that project starts this summer. And that's going to be a huge undertaking. Those wells were not bonded because they were drilled in the 20s and 30s mainly. That's going to be a very large undertaking for the state of Wyoming and for our national government. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Eklund's motion when the Committee of the Whole rise to report to do so with a recommendation that House Bill 116 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The chair is in doubt. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Less than 32. All those opposed, please stand. More than 32. Pursuant to House Rule 6-6B, having failed a division vote, a roll call vote is required. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Arshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washit? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Swanitzer Dan? Swanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Heiner, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 23 aye, 39 no.
Pursuant to House Rule 6-6B, having failed a roll call vote, House Bill 116 is indefinitely postponed. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 154. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 154, sponsored by Representative Banks, permanent vehicle registration, an act relating to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred House Bill 154, permanent vehicle registration, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Berger, Nemec, Obermueller, O'Hearn, Pendergraft, Smith, Stivar, Wiley. Noes, Representative Brown. Representative Brown, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill, is it 154, is that right?
It is.
154 do pass. I have further moved the standing committee amendment, and I turn the explanation over to the member from the land of the Bighorns.
Representative Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring to the body House Bill 154. This bill is intended to address a few concerns that we're seeing around the state. Those of us who live further north have to deal with, on a regular basis, seeing license plates from the state to our north amongst our communities because of some different things. So in order to aid with that particular issue, I bring House Bill 154. One of the things it also intends to address is efficiencies within our county offices. Going through the bill, and let me speak a little bit to the amendment first. This amendment was brought by our department that oversees transportation in the state. I'm cleaning up language, helping some efficiencies without the bill for some housekeeping things that just makes everything in their books and in the statutes flow. So in order to qualify for permanent registration, you can't be a commercial vehicle. And this amendment changed it so that instead of, in the bill it says 11 years of service, the amendment added it to 20 years of service. And how we go about getting a permanent registration, you pay the administration fee of $87.50 and 5 times what your fee is now under Wyoming statute, so your current registration number. These can't be transferred if you sell the vehicle, and if you do sell it, you don't get any credit for your next vehicle for permanent registration. It's just permanent to that specific vehicle and to you. We heard some testimony from the association that oversees those in our county that deal with finance. They offered their support for it, gave us some good statistics of what this will entail within the county. Also received through support through the association that our county commissioners belong to, with things that will allow efficiencies and stuff in our county offices. So with that, I will stand for any questions.
Any further discussion on the standing committee amendment? Any discussion? Seeing none, question being called. All those in favor of the standing committee amendment number 1 to House Bill 154, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. That amendment is adopted. We are back on the bill. Chairman Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate and I applaud the effort of bringing this bill forward, because it's actually similar in nature to something that this body has tried to tackle at least 3 times since I've been in the body. And that is the high, is what's appeared to be the high cost of licensing a vehicle in the state compared to other places. And, previously the idea had been to reduce the amount of years, or actually increase the amount of years that your vehicle would depreciate. And so we tried to look at, okay, well, right now you stop after 6 years, you pay the same fee, and it's flat across the board. We've tried to take that out over 10 years, and what ends up happening is you have to front load that first 5 years to make up for all that lost revenue, that you can't really make that work. So this was an interesting idea that was brought forward, and I applaud the idea, but I am very concerned about what this could ultimately do to our counties, and ultimately what it will really do to potentially even our schools. And it's because what you see is the front loading of this. You see a huge amount of money that would come into this if people absorb this and they said, hey, we want to do this. You get this huge boon that goes into these registrations. And the majority of your registration, when you pay at the county level, is going to your school districts. Well, what happens after you've paid that 5-time fee? You get this big balloon in there, you get this amount of money, but then after that, after year 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, any other time that those vehicles are out there, you've stopped receiving that income going into the school accounts, and also your county road fund and your county library, and you name it. Whatever's listed out there on that property tax, you start losing that. And so I worry about this idea that we're going to balloon this up front, but we're going to come back here in the next couple of years and our counties are going to be going, we're out of money. We need you guys to supplant this. You guys authorized permanent vehicle registration, and now we're out of the availability of what are we supposed to do with our county road fund? And so I am concerned about that. One of the other things that was brought up to me as a consideration is, how do we enforce this? How do we know what the enforcement mechanism would look like if you just transferred the sale of the vehicle, and let's say I just sold it to my good friend here from Lander, and he just drives off with that vehicle and just drives with the license plate and the vehicle, never changes the registration and never changes the titling. It becomes kind of a sticky situation that until he gets pulled over, he could drive that vehicle for free all he wants. So it is kind of an interesting dynamic. I think I understand where the good bringer of the bill is trying to come, but I am very concerned about what this will ultimately do for our counties and for the tax money that we would ultimately see on this. So I'd urge a no vote on this bill, only because I understand that his heart's in the right place, but this is not the way to do it.
Any further discussion? Representative Nyman.
Won't take much of your time. Mr. Chairman, I guess my thought on that is, it's like anything in agriculture, whatever, I get paid once a year and I have to drag it out. I'm not getting a check every month or anything like that generally. So that's just an efficiency in how you manage your funds as far as that's concerned. I mean, the money's all paid. It's not like they're paying less. They've gotten all the money. It's just simply that they've got to be able to stretch that money out over a longer period of time if you get front loaded on it. Because there's evidently, from my understanding, it's 5 years worth of payments in one shot if they so see fit to do that. And so, and folks in my part of the country really like the idea too, is that they could have to have them come in, they can get a permanent license plate on it. As soon as that vehicle changes ownership, that license is gone. They have to renew it, they have to go somewhere else, whatever. If you get caught running it even right now on expired plates, they're gonna nail you. So I'm not exactly sure, what the issue would be if you're gonna take a set of plates and take off and hope you don't get caught. I wouldn't do that right now. I mean, they're gonna ding you for that. But it is nice to have the idea that if you're gonna get a slug of money, manage it well, put it away. We give the districts an extra amount here just the last year to be able to add some extra dollars to their long-term holding on to it, maybe potentially use some of that. But I like the idea. I appreciate it and support the bill.
Representative Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions for the good sponsor of the bill. I guess the first one is, do we know exactly what the fiscal impact is going to be over the course of the next, say, 5 to 10 years for our counties, our school districts, all of our local special districts? What's that look like? Is it net neutral? Are they gaining income? Are they losing income? What's that look like? And then also, because of the lump sum payment that's set up within the bill, are we worried about these local government entities having large infusions of cash, and that maybe not, they're used to budgeting over a time period, right? Every year, 1 year at a time. And are we worried about this large infusion of cash creating some, I guess, unintended consequences, i.e. they were spending too much and when they're used to spending 1 year at a time?
Representative Warnock?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just remember that every year, a new I could say set of junk cars comes under this umbrella. So every year you've got a whole bunch of people that own a car that fall in this category that will probably go out and want to register. I don't know how many. It's subjective, but maybe half of them will want to register this car permanently. So they have to quit going down here and standing in line at the county building. So anyway, just keep that in mind. Every year, you've got this revenue stream coming in. Thank you.
Representative Obermueller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the testimony was somewhat discouraging from the poorer counties around the state. And if you represent one of the poorer counties, we were talking numbers. As you get out there 20 years, how many vehicles are dropping off, obsolescence and people not holding them that long. And the numbers weren't dropping off. In these, particularly in the poorer counties, it's not unusual to be driving a 20-year-old, 25-year-old vehicle. I suspect some of you are. I know I have a vehicle in that range. And the point is that the taxes are being collected to run these counties on these older vehicles. And they were talking like one of those counties was like 5,000 of these vehicles would fall off our rolls. I mean, it was just shocking to think about the tax impact of doing this. So what seemed like a good idea turned out to not be such a good idea, on and against.
Any further discussion? Representative Slagle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm on and for this. I mean, kind of like when we were talking about lightweight trailer registration here a few days ago, and the representative from to the west of me said a lot of people up there ran trailers that weren't even licensed because why worry about it? And I would say the same thing is kind of similar to these older pickups. If you're going to just be running it on your place, a lot of people aren't licensing them anyway. So I'm on and for this, and I think look at it. The other thing is figure it's got to be 20 years old before we do this, and another 5 years. That's pretty old vehicles for a lot of us.
Representative Walters?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I did the back of the envelope math on the fiscal note, it appears that the upfront lump sum is actually less than what would get paid out over the 5 years in a standard assessment value. So this is a net loser to all of our communities, our counties, and our local municipalities if we were to do this. And so at some point, they're going to, and because here in the state of Wyoming, we don't give our locals much ability to tax. We do all the taxation essentially at the state level and then distribute it out. And so when we make laws right here and take funds away from our locals, we're taking services away from our locals. And so I'm on and against the bill. I applaud the idea. And then I'd ask a question to the bringer. There was a comment about dealing with something because the state to the north, we see a lot of plates in Wyoming from the state to the north. And I would just offer that within 6 months of moving to Wyoming, you're required to change your license plates. And if you don't, you're fined. And so if you're pulled over with plates from the north and a driver's license from Wyoming, right there you're going to be fined. So we do have mechanisms already in our green books to try and reduce that. And if you want to be a Wyoming person and be part of the Wyoming culture, then get your Wyoming plates. And just being able to do this really isn't the answer to address that. So on and against the bill.
Any further discussion? Chairman Brown?
Thank you, and I'll be very, very brief with this. So one of the things that was brought up was the amount of vehicles that'll be brought into this. One of our smaller counties with the population about 8,500 people with a 20-year span. When we increased this from 11 to 20 years, there were still 6,500 vehicles that were available for this program. If we brought that back down, we said, okay, we'll look at from 11 to 20. It went from like 8,500 to only 6,500. And the county treasurer at that time kind of laughed with us and told us, Wyoming is where old cars go to die. And it's because we know how to take care of our vehicles, and we try to take care of them to the point that we drive them till the wheels fall off. To the good majority floor leader saying that you just have to figure out how to handle your budget more effectively, that's true for the first 5 years. But after year 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and so on and so forth, you start getting hit a lot harder when you were used to receiving that $200 a year off of that one vehicle, and it's no longer coming in. And you take that times the 6,000 vehicles in this one tiny little county, it becomes a little bit of an issue. And then the last thing that was talked about was we increased the school reserves. And I just want to make sure that we are all aware that that bill did not pass. We did not allow them to increase the school reserves last year. So thank you.
Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Harshman's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report it, do so the recommendation that House Bill 154 do pass. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. House Bill 154 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 174. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 174, sponsored by Representative Andrew. Homestead exemption amendments, an act relating to the Code of Civil Procedure. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3 revenue, to whom was referred House Bill 174, homestead exemption amendments. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Baer, Byron, Harshman, Locke, Northrup, Oakley, Storer, Strzok, Swanitzer. Representative Harshman, Chairman.
You've heard a reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Vice Chair Oakley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill number 174 do pass. And I also move that yes, it's
Standing committee amendment.
there. Yes, so I would also move the Standing Committee Amendment number 1 and ask for the adoption of that, and I will turn over the explanation to the bringer of the bill from the southeast part of the state.
Representative Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the body, I bring you House Bill 174 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is a pretty simple bill. I'm just amending a statute that we already have in law called the homestead exemption. This one does not pertain to sales taxes, but rather debt and civil obligations. So Wyoming law states that every resident of the state is entitled to a homestead not exceeding $20,000 in value, exempt from execution and attachment arising from any debt, contract, or civil obligation entered into or incurred. The current limit, as I said, is at $20,000. What I tried to do was just strike that language and make it unlimited to match 7 other states that have unlimited homestead exemptions. The Standing Committee Amendment, which has been moved, just brings it up to $50,000 rather than unlimited. So, question on the amendment.
Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. That Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Representative Ocean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question on the bill.
Discussion. Discussion. Okay. And this is House Bill. We have discussion. Representative Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple questions, I guess, for the bringer of the bill. Was there testimony where this really comes in, just so kind of everybody understands, where this really is going to apply is in bankruptcy? And so What this does is if someone files bankruptcy, it raises the homestead exemption, which means that's money you get to keep regardless of whether you owe the debt or not. It raises that amount from 20,000 to 50,000 with the amendment. That's what the bill's doing. And so I guess just so everybody understands what we're actually doing here, that's what it does. We're talking about bankruptcy, we're talking about debt collection, and whether we want to raise that exemption from 20 to 50. I'm not sure I necessarily have an opinion, but I just want everybody to know what we're doing. And if there was any testimony from any of the attorneys that practice in that part of the world in the bankruptcy realm, thank you.
Chairman Northrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was a little discussion about the bankruptcy side of that world, and the banking industry actually asked for the $50,000, but they also told us, you can keep $4,000 worth of work tools, and you can keep $5,000 worth of automobile when you go into bankruptcy.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, glad to hear the banking industry supports this. On and for, please vote aye.
Representative Chesick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will accept the invitation of the good country lawyer. I did practice bankruptcy law for a number of years, and I am very much in favor of this amendment, of this bill.
Vice Chair Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess just a little more in this sort of relatively small policy decision, I guess, but what we heard from the bankers was they didn't necessarily oppose, but if we were going to increase, first of all, to make sure not to increase it too much, because the other thing this does, which could be a worse, I mean, for more people could be a worse effect probably, is that then the bankers aren't going to loan on that. I mean, if they can't use it as equity, then that's going to be calculated in how much you're going to get for your loan. So the reality is this could, if we're helping people like get loans, things like that, this could have a detrimental effect, I think, in that way, and probably hurt more people than this helps on the, once they're in bankruptcy. So,
Representative Stith.
Chairman Harshen, just to address that issue, you'll notice in the mortgages that you sign when you finance your house, you always waive your homestead exemption. So the banks, they're not going to lose out on that because as a condition of making the mortgage, they have you waive your homestead exemption. And it's frankly in our Wyoming Constitution that the exemption doesn't apply to purchase money mortgages. On and for.
Okay, further discussion. Representative Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also add that if you flip a page when you're looking at the actual law in the Green Book, 120-108 actually says that the money used to purchase the home is something that this does not apply to. Then that's in law and as well as your mortgage. So, question, thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, question being called. All those in favor of Representative Vice Chair Oakley's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report to do so, the recommendation that House Bill 174 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say no. House Bill 174 is passed committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 188. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 188, sponsored by Representative Winter. Wolf depredation compensation, an act relating to agriculture. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 188, wolf depredation compensation, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Allemand, Allred, Banks, Conrad, Crago, Davis, Eklund, Slagle, Winter. Representative Eklund, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 188, wolf depredation compensation, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stith, Walters, Swanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Chairman Eklund?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 188 do pass. There is an amendment, a standing committee amendment. I would move that. It's standing committee amendment number 1 to House Bill 188, and I'll explain it briefly. If you look at your appropriation, the committee chose to raise the appropriation from $135,000, which was based off of what was paid out the year before, to $300,000. The reason for that is we now have wolves on our southern border that are going to be affecting how much damage from predation will happen from these animals. With that, I guess I'd ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Discussion on Standing Committee Amendment number 1. Question being called. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say no. Okay, Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Chairman Eklund.
And I'll turn the discussion on the bill and the management over to its sponsor from the land where the water runs hot.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This, ladies and gentlemen, this bill will direct the Department of Agriculture to administer a program for purposes of mitigating damages to landowners, lessees, or their agents whose livestock is damaged by a gray wolf in an area of the state where gray wolves are classified as predatory animals. They'll have to file a claim for these damages, and the Department of Agriculture will have to certify that damage to that livestock. And in so doing, that damage will be verified by them in conjunction with the assistance of the Game and Fish Department or any other state agency that is needed. And as previously mentioned, it has an appropriation of $300,000 to administer this program and to compensate these operators for their losses. I'd take any questions.
Okay, Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you. And so I've been stewing on this since we had the good sponsor from the land where springs are hot. And my question is in the state where we have existing predators such as coyotes, we have predator control that we fund and we shoot them, and if I understand correctly, we can shoot these wolves in these areas. So we're saying if a wolf kills the livestock, we should reimburse the livestock owner for the cost of that animal. But if a coyote kills it, we don't. And so I'm trying to understand why you would reimburse it if it was a wolf and not if it's a coyote. And if you can shoot them, why don't we just control them through the shooting? I'm not sure that that's, if he can help me with that, why we would, or killings, trying to understand.
Speaker Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I guess one reason for that is the federal government reintroduced this species, the wolf, to this environment. And the state of Wyoming, in trying to find that balance with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, decided to try to draw lines, trophy game versus predator. And there's a lot of areas in the state where even though it's in the predator zone, you really can't effectively control that animal because of the terrain topics. And basically it's because it's a reintroduced species, and the state of Wyoming decided to draw lines one place and not draw a line another place. And so this is, I think, an attempt to try to provide some relief to people in very certain places. Most places, like you take out where my ranch is on the open, I'm not worried about if they come in there because they'll leave there or they'll stay there permanently. But when you have areas that are very rough and very tough to do any kind of predator control on, and like I said, because the federal government chose to reintroduce this species, I think it's appropriate for us to provide this relief.
Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Chairman, the other piece to that, the extra appropriation is for our southern border, and I think we could probably control them as they come across the border and they're in Wyoming, but I would guess that they're protected when they get on the other side of the line. And that's a guess, because I'm not sure how the rules work, but they've just introduced them and they really want their numbers to get up to where they can really do some damage. So for now, they're probably protected on that side of the line.
Representative Davis.
Mr. Chairman, you know, you're exactly right on the coyotes and the wolves, but the coyotes tend to address a lot smaller prey than what a wolf will do. So the wolf is going to attack the cow, and that's where the issue is here and what we're looking at. You know, the horse, things that a wolf will attack is not necessarily what a coyote will try even. So I'm on and for the.
Okay, further discussion. On to the sponsor, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing that I think should be emphasized here is the fact that there's two jurisdictions on this wolf. One is in the trophy area where they are allowed to be hunted, and then, of course, the predator area. And this trophy area continually, there's wolves coming out of the trophy area all the time, and they're headed east and south. And we just have to do something about it. And this is the proper way to handle these problems. These livestock owners are continually, well, we had testimony in the committee that some folks with running sheep over in the western part of the state used to run 14,000 head of ewes. Now they have 750, and it's just unbearable for them. Thank you.
Further discussion. Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Eklund's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 188 do pass, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. House Bill 188 is passed committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 222. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 222, sponsored by Representative Summers, Colorado River Advisory Committee, an act relating to water. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom was referred House Bill 222, Colorado River Advisory Committee, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Alaman, Allred, Banks, Conrad, Crago, Davis, Eklund, Slagle, Winter. Representative Eklund, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 222, Colorado River Advisory Committee. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stith, Walters, Swanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
Heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Chairman Eklund?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with recommendation that House Bill 222 do pass. There's a standing committee amendment, standing committee. I would move that amendment, standing committee amendment number 1 to House Bill 222. It basically does some word crafting, but I'll let the sponsor walk us through the bill. I'll turn the management over to the sponsor who ranches at the headwaters of this Colorado River Basin.
Okay, we have 2 standing committee amendments, one by the Ag Committee and one by our Appropriations Committee. We'll work on standing committee amendment number 1 here first. Speaker Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just to give you a brief overview of the bill. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you House Bill 222 and ask for your favorable consideration. You know, as you've all read in the newspapers, there's a, continuing drying in the Colorado River Basin. The hydrology continues to worsen, the reservoirs continue to shrink. And as that happens, more and more pressure is going to be applied to Wyoming and Wyoming water users on the Colorado River, which are those that are on the Green and the Little Snake. And so what this is an attempt to do is to just codify an existing group. So the governor currently has a work group put together on the Colorado River, but it was really put together originally just to provide information back to constituencies, not really to provide advice to the river commissioner or the state engineer or the governor. And the idea behind this is to actually be an advisory committee, and allow the water users, the people out there, my friends and neighbors, everybody in my county is a water user of the Colorado River, everybody. And because of that, I think we have a right to have a seat at the table in these discussions. And so with that, I bring you this, and really the Standing Committee Amendment, Mr. Chairman, which I think you wanted to get to first, Standing Committee Amendment number 1. I'm not going to go through in detail. Basically, it was brought by the good state engineer, and it's just kind of some cleanup language, tweaking a little bit. So I'm good with it, and certainly I think I'd call for the question on the Standing Committee Amendment number 1.
Any discussion on the Standing Committee Amendment? Question being called, and this is Committee Amendment number 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Okay, Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We're back on the bill. We do have a Standing Committee Amendment number 2 with a member of Appropriations, maybe the good Vice Chair, Chairman, Representative Larson, Lloyd, or Nicholas. Go ahead, Vice Chair Larson.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move House Standing Committee reading number 2 to House Bill 22, and like to explain that bill at that time. We removed the position and the general fund that was associated with that. We had a request for an additional general fund for the Colorado River last year, and then we provided, it's not full yet, and then we provided another this year in the budget bill that you just passed. And it's our impression that covers this, and if the good brainer of the bill can tell us otherwise, but I think that was my understanding. So with that, that's the explanation of the amendment.
Okay, further discussion on this Standing Committee Amendment. Speaker Summers.
Mr. Chairman, and maybe I'm mistaken, but I believe in the budget, there was also maybe the removal of a position that was related to the Colorado River while the money was put in place. I think, not to ever push back on good committee number 2, but I think this position's important. And I frankly don't like the fact that the water money was changed from general fund to water development account 1. I think in fact, this position in this committee will benefit multiple resources other than just water development number 1. I think it'll benefit recreationalists, it'll benefit irrigators, it'll benefit municipalities, it'll benefit a lot of people, and I'm not certain I understand why we need to change the funding from general fund to water development account 1.
Mr. Vice Chair, Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you. And so already we granted a position for this last year, which was needed. We had another request this year, which was a request from the engineer. We granted. Then there was a third one, similar to this one, that was also requested that we're denying because it wasn't presented from the engineer. If this is the one the engineer requested that runs our state water, then it's in the budget. Now Now, the reason for moving it out of general funds to Water One is I would thank the good presenter of the bill because he explained exactly why. All of the reasons that, this is what we do with Water One. And it's for the benefit of water for all municipalities, all regions, and all users of water. And that's why we fund water the way we do it. That's why we fund Water One the way we do. We thought it was a reasonable approach and one that warranted the use of those funds.
Chairman Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're back to that philosophy that water's water. Wyoming has separated the two. One is water development, one is regulation of water. And this falls under regulation. It should be the state engineer's office that administers it. Our water development people are busy helping people build infrastructure and reservoirs and plan water development projects. And water development count one is just the wrong place to pull any more money out of. And soon we won't have any money to help cities and towns and irrigators. So vote no on this amendment.
Representative Davis.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with both the previous presenters here. This is a special use, our special issue we're looking over there on that basin, and it affects quite a large area of the state of Wyoming. And for us to start shortchanging this issue is beyond I don't quite follow it yet. And as far as taking the funding out of water development, yes, they do take care of water development, not this type of what we're looking at here. This is a special issue. It has to do with the drought in the state of Wyoming and protecting the water of the state of Wyoming. With that, I'll thank you on and against the amendment.
Speaker Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so when I developed this bill, I went to the chief executive and actually got language. I had another bill drafted, which was a little harsher bill. And I got some language from the chief executive and it included this position. So I think in essence, I think it is a request from that office.
Further discussion on standing Chairman Nicholas.
So just a further explanation of the amendments. There are two new positions now, unfilled in the state engineer's office. Both of them, at least one we know, was just basically to help on this particular issue. So do they need two employees to perform that function is the question. And the problem is I think we've got three different folks coming at this issue without checking what's going on one hand from the other. And so that was the basis for our amendment.
Further discussion. Question being called. We are voting now on standing committee amendment number 2. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. Standing committee amendment number 2 has been adopted. Division being called. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand. Everybody needs a stretch anyway. All those opposed, please stand. A little bit more than 15. Standing committee amendment number 2 has failed. We are back on the bill. Speaker Summers. Question being called. The question, all those in favor of Representative Chairman Eklund's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that do so with the recommendation that House Bill 222 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. House Bill 222 is passed committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 199. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 199, sponsored by Representative Conrad. License plate decal, breast cancer awareness, an act relating to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred House Bill 199, license plate decal, breast cancer awareness, respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Berger, Brown, Nemec, Obermueller, O'Hearn, Stivar, Wiley. Noes, Representatives Pendergraft, Smith. Representative Brown, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 199 do pass. I further move the Standing Committee Amendment number 1, and I'll explain that quickly before I turn the explanation of the bill over. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're doing with this amendment is basically removing the annualization for the renewal of this particular sticker that you'll be hearing about. It's a one-time purchase, and that's all we're doing with this is you only have to purchase it one time for the $5. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for a question on the amendment.
Discussion? Question being called, Standing Committee Amendment number 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, please say no. That Standing Committee Amendment has been adopted. Back on the bill. Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I further move the explanation of the bill to the good presenter, or to the good gentleman from the center part of the state here, or I guess southeastern part of the state.
Southwestern, but we're getting closer. It's getting late. The good Representative Conrad.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Hey, real quickly, in my short time here, I just want to share with you an observation. There is no such thing as a simple little bill. With that being prefaced, let me share with you this. This is just a replication of...
Representative Conrad, I respectfully disagree. Now, Representative Conrad, back on the bill. Here we go.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. This is just a replication of an earlier bill that we had seen as it related to a decal for our women's veterans. My goal here specifically is this, is just a application of a simple sticker in the lower left-hand corner of a license plate that allows us to honor, respect, call attention to breast cancer awareness. I will share with you the reason for the sticker is that one time, as we just heard about, I don't want to turn this into a state that's near to us, to our west, with potatoes, where they have over 60 vanity plates. That is not my intention. This is strictly a cost-neutral application of a sticker one time for a person to recognize breast cancer or some person who's been impacted by that, so forth and so on. Breast cancer survivors have tripled in the past 60 years, and I recognize that February 27th is our legislative pink day, acknowledging survivors of breast cancer. Your favorable consideration and a small token to express our appreciation for those who have fought and survived breast cancer would be greatly appreciated.
Further discussion. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against this bill, not that I'm at all against awareness for any sort of disease, but my first question is, where does it end? Once we do it for this one, we do it for the next one, do it for the next one. Seems to me the back of every vehicle has plenty of room for you to put your voice out about whatever thing you may be concerned or enthused about. I also think because a license plate is a government identification, I think it's a little bit, it sets us up where somebody wants to come and say, well, I'm really concerned about this particular organization. And so I think maybe we should have their decal on there. And somebody else comes back, well, I'm concerned about this one. And I guess it's just, while I'm completely concerned about the issue, I just don't think the license plate is the place to do that. So on and against.
Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am for this good little bill. I think it's an honorable cause. My only concern, which leads to a question, is whether there was due diligence put into the consideration that the ribbon should contain the Buck and Ryder, either inside the ribbon or on the ribbon, next to the ribbon, some sort on that decal. whether there was a conversation had that it should contain the buck and rider.
Further discussion? To the sponsor, Representative Conrad.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Representative Olson, just a quick note. The sticker is fairly small rather, and I think it would detract, thank you. I think it would detract from the overall image that we're trying to do as we hope for and most likely promote the bucking horse in the center of our license plate moving forward.
Further discussion? Seeing none. Waiting for the call of question. Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Brown's motion on the committee of the whole rise support to do so with a recommendation on House Bill 199 do pass, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 199 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 212. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 212, sponsored by Representative Pendergraft. Statutory Standing Committees, Federal Review, an act relating to the legislature. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 212, Statutory Standing Committees, Federal Review, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation to do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Crago, Haroldson, Jennings, Rodriguez, Washit. Noes, Representatives Chestick, Nemec, Oakley, Provenza. Representative Washit, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Chairman Washit?
I move that when the committee of the whole rise to report, to do so with recommendations that this bill do pass and that further recommend the standing committee amendment and turn the explanation of the bill over to the sponsor, and I'll get to the amendment in a moment.
Okay, we are on the bill to the sponsor, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is not a simple little bill. It's simple, but it's a heavy lift. It is, I believe, an essential lift. However, we notice an ever-increasing amount of federal intrusion into our lives. We see legislation from the bench. We see alphabet agencies filled with bureaucrats promulgating rules that carry with them the force of law. We see the various presidents issuing executive orders going beyond the enumerated powers in the Constitution of the United States. And I doubt there's a person in here that wouldn't admit that some of these things have come up and infringed upon us. So my proposition is this, and it's in the form of House Bill 212. Incidentally, while I'm there, the good chairman has agreed to carry the amendment. The amendment is very simple. It just cleans up a little bit of language to tighten it up. And it is a friendly amendment, and I ask that you support that with an aye vote when that comes about. Basically, what this bill calls for is the formation of another standing committee, and I share your reluctance to want to do that. But I also understand that unless we make this someone's specific job, it's much less likely to be accomplished. And I feel that this is something that is very important, and so I kind of violated my own basic law about smaller government and said, in this case, at least we need to make a serious look. This Federal Review Standing Committee would be charged to review federal actions and determine if the sovereignty of the state of Wyoming and the powers, rights, and liberties of its citizens, as legally defined during the ratification debates of the several states in ratifying the federal Constitution of 1787, are being infringed upon or diminished. That's the beginning. The essential goal of this is for this committee to perform an audit on federal overreach. They would begin by defining and declaring the original text of the Constitution as the supreme law of the land and announce the beginning of an audit of the compact. There could be, once this committee finds something that they feel is indeed beyond the scope of the Constitution and the enumerated powers, there could be a number of remedies that would come up. We discussed one in committee, and there were some very good points made about we don't want to fill up the courts. But there are other ways that this can be accomplished through the use of resolutions and in joining other states. And I would mention there are several states around us, Idaho, Montana, South Dakota, that are working on similar legislation. And the idea then is that these states, we would work together to create a resolution and have these states join together to push back against the federal government in places where it is encroached unfairly. This is not a new thing. I just very briefly, because I know we've got a lot to do. Back in 1817, James Madison, who is often called the father of the Constitution, can I say that?
I think you can. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I seem to be stepping into it a lot today, and I apologize for that. The fourth president received on his desk a bill from the U.S. Congress at that point, and they wanted to form what we would now call a department that takes care of highways. And he said, you know, this is not a bad idea. The problem is it's not constitutional. The next president, the fifth president, they brought him a similar bill, and he said the same thing. He says, I like your idea, but it's not constitutional. On to the seventh president, same thing happens again, and he says, man, he says, I love your idea. This is fabulous. But what we have to do first is amend the Constitution, and then we can do this, because it goes beyond the scope of enumerated powers. Eventually, we just began to ignore that, and all sorts of organizations were added on to federal jurisdiction that have caused the quagmire that we find ourselves in. It was said a long time ago, in a place far away, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. This is that first step, and I urge and I vote. And I would turn this back over to committee chairman to address the amendment.
Okay, I'm going to go to Chairman Washit. You're going to move. We'll talk about standing committee amendment. Is that your plan?
Mr. Chairman, it is. I move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, House Bill 212. Members, that amendment, as was stated, is in fact a friendly amendment to try to tighten some things up. The committee felt that it was impossible to consider all of these actions, so we deleted the word all and pluraled the word action to actions to make the project a little more manageable. Then we deleted a few lines, to try and get rid of some extraneous information, and tailor the bill to focus more on the issue that the sponsor wanted to address. So I urge your support of Standing Committee Amendment Number 1.
Okay, we are discussing on the standing committee amendment. Any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. That amendment has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Strongly against the bill, and I know it was a small step, it was said, but I want the body to appreciate the gravity of what you're about to do. You may not know this, but we don't have any of our standing committees in statute right now. What this bill is doing is puts all 10 of our standing committees, arguably 11 if this bill passes, actually into the statutes, and then it goes further to actually dictate what that standing committee is going to do. So right now, members, for those of you who are newer to the body, and haven't maybe been here as long as some of us, we can alter and change our standing committees every session with the rules, right? You can alter and change the number of members on a standing committee. We can change their names. We've had several bills the last 4 or 5 years to change the names and kind of the division of labor of which standing committees get what bills. And so I think by permanently putting them in statute, you are tying the hands of this legislature when we get elected to meet together and say, maybe this year we only need 9 committees, or maybe we need 12. Just think it's difficult that once you start a session, you're basically forcing your leadership to appoint people to these committees, because they're the only standing committees that exist, that you're now putting in our legislative title, which is 28. And actually you're changing 28, 11 to actually, instead of saying select committees. So this is a chapter where all of select water, federal resources, all of our select committees go, we're actually changing the entire chapter now to say standing committees. So A, I think it's a very bad idea to put all of our standing committees in statute. You're tying the hands of legislators throughout the future, because once you get appointed to committees, no committee is going to come and say, well, we don't think this committee exists, and get rid of us in the middle of a session. And then I think it's another bad idea to actually dictate what any of our standing committees do. So just the name Federal Review would be fine, but then you list out the functions. What happens if Management Council wants to give it more or give it less? Then you're going to have an issue saying, well, no, the statute says we're required to do this. No other committee can do that. I think you're opening a very large can of worms by passing this bill or voting for it. And I guess I would ask if nobody else has brought this up before now. I can't believe I'm the first one to say we've never put standing committees into our statutes. Why are we doing it in 2023?
Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So maybe just to follow on that a little bit, when the good bringer of the bill showed me the draft before numbering it, I did ask him, why not just put this into rule and pass a rule that only takes 51 vote, doesn't need 3 readings. It's just a majority vote of the body. And I'm not sure what the answer was then. So maybe if the bringer of the bill could help me understand why this is a bill and not just a rule amendment.
Okay, I'm looking at Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, last year when this bill came to us, and I think that this standing committee amendment helps a lot. But as this bill came to us last year in exactly the same form outside of this amendment, it's interesting, and I think it's important for the body to look at the last page and look and see what federal action means. It's all new existing federal laws, resolutions, rules, decrees, orders, mandates, executive orders, and any other federal directive having the force and effect of law. So we're creating this new committee. It'll have 6, maybe 7 people on it, and we're going to set them with that task. How do we deal with that now? Well, when the federal agency does that, they're required to inform the state by rule, what the change of these rules are. Our agencies have people that review these federal rules, and they make a recommendation back to us. And you see this really a lot in that agency that takes care of our environmental quality to give us position, and then it goes to the AG. The AG determines what the state needs to do, and we move forward. But in this bill, we're going to take 7 legislators, and we're going to start reviewing all of this. Now, me and the big guy here, we dig ditches for a living. We know all, we get put on this committee, and we're going to be reviewing and see how this is going to implement or impact our state agencies. I think it's best left for people that have that expertise in that training and do that. So how many of these might one see? Last year when I was looking at this, I found out, I went online and I looked at a Forbes report, and it said in a 10-year period from ending in 2017, the federal government had issued 88,899 new rules and laws. Okay, so let's just take that on an annual basis, 8,000, if we divide it by 10, that this standing committee would then be responsible. We deleted the all, but potentially all of those, probably be lucky to get through 10. And so I understand it, but I just think the implementation of it and the structure of it doesn't allow it to accomplish the end goal.
Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Urging a lot of caution here. I think that this bill, the more that I look at it, the more that I think about it, really starts to move into a separation of powers issue. Page 4, lines 13 through 16, both in front of the deletion of that last sentence, reads, determine and make findings as to which federal actions are not consistent with the enumerated powers in the United States Constitution. First of all, what? I thought we only did away with the second sentence. We only did away with the second sentence. So we kept the first sentence. And two things. One, it only speaks to approximately a third to half of the powers that might even exist, because there are two types of powers, those that are enumerated and those that are implied. So I think it's a little lacking there, but I'm glad it's lacking, because I think this is the job of the Supreme Court. It's the job of the courts to interpret federal law, It's the job of the legislature, whether that be federal or state legislature, to enact law. So I think we start to cross into this interesting boundary where a committee of 7 legislators will attempt to do what 9 Supreme Court justices who are learned and trained in the law do. And I think we set ourselves up for a very interesting scenario with that committee, but more so, I believe it's a separation of powers issue. And I don't know what we will accomplish with the outcomes of the committee. And so that also makes me very nervous. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just fairly quickly, I'm speaking largely for a large number of my constituents who this was a very major topic. Obviously, federal overreach is a very big concern. So whether this is the right mechanism or what the right mechanism is, of course, is up for discussion. But I'm strongly in favor of this, because obviously the last big health event has proven that the government's very comfortable using their unelected organizations to impose their will on people. They're great at using the fine print on money to impose their will on people. And the people of Wyoming are starting to really wake up to this fact. I would argue there's probably starting to be a pretty big groundswell that's saying, we're tired of the federal government imposing these rules on us, and they're looking to this body to hold the line. That's the honest truth of it. And I know there's a lot of nuance associated with this, but I will tell you, the people are expecting us to find a way to hold the line on this. And we might say, oh, we did, and we looked into that. We handed over to the right body to block those kinds of things. But I can tell you, we could sit here and list all day long. We could sit here and list cases where we absolutely did not hold the line on this overreach. So I'm strongly in favor of this. We need to find a way to stand the ground for the people of our state.
Representative Pendergraft? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, there were a number of questions brought, and I would like to address those questions, but I see there are still I would prefer to just get them all at once.
Representative Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an idea that's been brought before this body at least twice before, maybe 3 times. It's an issue that is a big issue in our state. The people of our state are getting tired of being run over by the federal government. And one ask I would ask of the people here, this bill was brought, and the group that brought it the first time was told we had to put it in as a standing committee. And maybe that was to sabotage the bill, I don't know. But I haven't heard anybody offer what to do other than tell just now what needed to be done to this bill by changing rules to put it in rules. It was a standing committee. And I think it's definitely an issue we need to look at, because it's an issue of state sovereignty. Are the states really sovereign over the federal government, or is the federal government sovereign over the states? Thank you for your consideration. Vote aye on this bill, please.
Members, just again, be careful to assign intent to actions. Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief question. I need to understand how this bill would coordinate with or interact the existing Select Federal Natural Resource Management Committee that this body already has.
Representative Pendergraft, bring us home.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the first things that was mentioned in this discussion was the idea of the appreciation of the gravity of the situation. Force in motion is going to remain in motion until it's acted on by an equal and opposite force. The force in motion in this case is is a federal government which is far overreached its bounds and is putting pressure upon our liberties. Do we represent in this body an equal and opposite force? Absolutely not. But if we begin a movement between this body and several other bodies then we do begin to offer some pushback, and it can be quite effective. There was a comment about the time and effort our forefathers pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. And I think if they could do that to establish this, we could give up a few weeks to try to defend what they had started. It was asked, basically, why bring this? The states formed the federal government and not vice versa. So we have this idea of the supremacy clause, this idea of the separation of powers. The federal government is limited to its powers by the states with the enumerated powers, and anything beyond that, the federal government has no jurisdiction on, including the federal judiciary. They only are allowed to weigh in on these things mentioned within the Constitution. And so a number of these other things, if the litigation were to go to them, they really don't have a voice in it anyway. And that's why a number of states need to band together and say, this isn't the contract that we entered into when we joined the union. I believe then that I have covered my points. I'm not going to belabor this.
Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Washet's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill number 212, House Bill number 212 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Pursuant to House Rule 66B, the bill having failed a voice vote, a standing division vote is required. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. More than 26. Having failed a standing division vote, a roll call vote is required. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermueller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Trujillo, Walters, Ward, Washut, Western, Winter, Wiley, Yin, Swanitzer Dan, Swanitzer Dave, Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 27 aye, 35 no.
Pursuant to House Rule 6-6B, House Bill 212, having failed a roll call vote, is indefinitely postponed. The next bill for our consideration, Representative Crago, privilege of the floor.
Privilege of the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Please go.
Thank you. So members, I think it'd be a good time to maybe stand up. We've been on this for a little bit, and help me welcome in the west balcony there. There's some students from the Buffalo Christian Academy and 2 teachers, one of which is my beautiful bride. So thank them for coming and welcome.
Welcome to your House of Representatives. So, the next bill for our consideration is House Joint Resolution 2. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Joint Resolution 2, sponsored by Representative Summers. Constitutional Amendment, Residential Property Class. A joint resolution providing for the assessment of residential real property as a separate property class for the purpose of taxation and authorizing subclasses related to residential real property. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 3 Revenue, to whom is referred House Joint Resolution 2, Constitutional Amendment, Residential Property Class, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Byron, Harshman, Northrup, Oakley, Storer, Swanitzer. Noes, Representatives Bear, Locke, Strock. Representative Harshman, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Harshman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report or do so with the recommendation that House Joint Resolution 2 do pass. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move and the Standing Committee Amendment number 1 and discuss the Standing Committee Amendment at this time. And then I'll turn this over to the good sponsor of the bill, good speaker. Members, the amendment basically takes this bill, which is a good little bill, to take our 3 classes of property in Wyoming, right? And if you have your bill with you, you can flip over and see on page 2, line 10, gross production of minerals, 100% evaluation on the day it's produced. And then we have an industrial class, that Romanet 2. And then currently we have all other property, real and personal. And this amendment proposes to separate residential real property from the all other class, real and personal. Now, what this amendment though was, this constitutional amendment was amended in committee to, if you look at your amendment, there's really 2 parts of it. The first part is to make sure that all these classes stay within 4% of each other. So right now we have 11.5% for industrial. That means the other classes couldn't be below 7.5 or above 15.5. And so I think it provides a protection that's been there for 40, 50 years now to keep these classes close together. So this was not in this resolution to begin with, so the committee put that in there. The second thing is the bill, when it came to us, really had unlimited classes of residential. And your committee wanted to limit that. So there's really now 2 classes of residential. And the way it's amended, you could see that on line 16, page 2, residential real property. And then over to page 3 on line 11, where the new language is, page 3, line 11, the legislature may create a subclass of residential real property for owner-occupied primary residences. So that's the other one. And a lot of states do that. The state to our west begins with a U. I think I can say it anyway, but they have different, you think about a person has investment, owns 10 houses. Should it all be the same? Or somebody has a second home in Wyoming that they only live here for a month or two. So all those things future legislatures can discuss, but there's only going to be, with this proposed amendment, 2 classes, not an unlimited amount, which we thought made this really a clean, simple little constitutional amendment to go in front of the people. And I'll just say, so with that, I guess I'll ask for the question on the standing committee amendment with that, Mr. Chairman.
Any discussion on the standing committee amendment? Question being called. All those in favor of the standing committee amendment, say aye. All opposed, no. Standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I turn the explanation of the bill over to the good speaker.
Speaker Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you House Joint Resolution 2, and I ask for your favorable consideration. And I don't want to spend much time, but I want to spend a little time in relating what used to be. So if you go back, most of the general statutory property tax provisions have remained largely unchanged since before statehood. The exception to that is the 9.5% assessment ratio, which was added to the statute in 1988 and effective beginning January 1st, 1989. This change was a result of a court case that led to a constitutional amendment. Prior to the 1988 constitutional amendment, the text of Article 15, Section 11 read as follows: all property except as in this Constitution otherwise provided shall be uniformly assessed for taxation, and the legislature shall prescribe such regulations as shall secure a just valuation of all property, real and personal. This got struck down by the big court, and in its place we have what is the current statute. And the problem is residential property tax is part of other property. So residential property tax is in with agriculture and it's in with commercial. So during the campaign and in my area in northwest Wyoming and western Wyoming, across much of Wyoming now, one of the big issues is how do we handle and how do we deal with some property tax relief? One of the largest issues is our Constitution and the fact that we can't create subclasses. So this idea that we can rate the increase, can increase by more than 4%. Well, that creates subclasses. Now, whether the amendment brought by the good committee, number 3, will allow us to talk about that. Now, I'm not sure. But what I do know is that if we don't have a bill, a base constitutional amendment bill, and have this discussion on what we want to create for subclasses, we're not going to get to real property tax release other than a refund program, right? Which is the state puts money back into it. But if we want to change the assessed value, make it different than other classes, we have to change the Constitution. And so basically that's what this is. It goes in and revises that 1988 constitutional amendment, allows us to create subclasses. I think there could be broad debate over what those subclasses could look like. It might occur here in the other readings. If we pass this along, it might occur in the other body. But really, this is the vehicle we need if we want to alter property tax and have property tax relief. And we got to be careful, right? I mean, this is not just, I think of my county, right? So as far as the impact to county government in my county, let's be honest, oil and gas pays all the property tax, 100% valuation. They pay 90-some% of the property tax in my county. But you go to some of the counties in the basin, it's much different. Property tax foots the bill for counties. So when we do property tax relief, which I think we should, and I'm a bit off the bill, Mr. Chairman, but it's really this whole debate. As we get into this debate on property tax relief, we have to be careful not to destroy the poor counties in this state while we provide tax relief to some of those counties like mine that maybe have high valuations. So I would encourage your support for this, and I think there could be a broad discussion going forward on the number of classes. Thank you.
Representative Slagle? Chairman Northrop? Oh, question being called. All those in favor of House Joint, oh, sorry. All those in favor of Chairman Harshman's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Joint Resolution 2 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Joint Resolution 2 having passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 270. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 270, sponsored by Representative Northrop. Improvement and Service Districts Limitation, an act relating to improvement and service districts. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 270, Improvement and Service Districts Limitations. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stith, Walters, Swanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Nicholas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move in the Committee of the Whole Rise and Report. It does so the recommendation that House Bill 270 do pass. And I turn the explanation of the bill over to the bringer from Northwest.
Chairman Northrop, please.
Thank you. House Bill 270 is about transparent government. It will limit the service and improvement districts in their founding petition and responsibilities and authorities. Should a district desire to change or expand their responsibilities, the authorities the voter relies on, that district will have to have an election in order to have that change. It also has a limit on taxes that are imposed upon the founding documents. So if you have a district and they're worried about how much money is coming in all the time, it goes back to the county. They propose a budget. The budget then is approved by the county. That county then puts it back in the mills. If that wants to be changed, it has to be changed by the people within that district at a regular election. In essence, this bill supports limiting government on original intent until the voters have a say on it.
Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So because we're late on time, let me just say this is an old friend of the body. It's gone through a district court case. It's gone to the Supreme Court. We've killed it before. My committee, and when I was in charge of corporations, did an entire interim study. Lots of reasons this bill should not pass, but I will save them all till third reading, I suppose, today.
Representative Crago.
Just, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a quick question for the bringer of the bill. Do all special districts currently have those fees set per ballot, or does some of our existing districts already use a pre-existing system to set those fees outside of the ballot?
Speaker Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. On and against the bill, I understand why it's being brought, but I can't support the way it's written. I think in these districts, you may think you can get a hold of every landowner that owns some of these really weird subdivided parcels, but that's not the case. I think there needs to be some accountability, but I think this bill goes too far.
Representative Stith, Speaker Pro Tem.
Mr. Chairman, on and in support of the bill, this just says that if in your original petition you agreed that your taxes would never be higher than X, then the board of the district can't raise your taxes or fees higher than X so that your property taxes don't increase beyond what you originally agreed to when you formed the district. If someone wants to change that and bust through the cap, then you have to have an election and approve it by a majority vote. I think it's democracy, it's simple, it's easy, and this draft language in this bill was the language that was ultimately came up, the final language that the interim Joint Corporations Committee came up with 2 years ago, before killing the bill.
Chairman Northrop.
So district organizations come up with a charter, they put that charter together and they say X amount of money is required to maintain your roads, X amount of money is required to keep the snow removed, blah, 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 whatever you can use it for. And they're just saying that it needs to stay within the bounds of that X amount of money, because otherwise it's taxation without representation unless you go back to the people who are in that district and say, hey, we need to raise your fees so that we can get more money so that we can work it. And of course, as property values increase, the mills go up, and it's a never-ending spiral, so.
Speaker Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure it is taxation without representation, since that group of landowners, they elect a board. So perhaps that is the case. What is the problem is that there are landowners that you can't even get a hold of in these districts. So the question is, how fair, what's fair? Should you go with an elected board as representation, or do you have to get to every half of every landowner that you may or may not be able to get to? On and against the bill.
Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Nicholas's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 270 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Pursuant to House Rule 6-6B, the bill having failed a voice vote, a standing division is required. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. More than 28. Pursuant to House Rule 6-6B, having failed the standing division vote, a roll call vote is required. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Elliman. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. I'm sorry. Chadwick. Chestick. Clouston. Conrad. Craigo. Davis. Eklund. Eklund. Haroldson. Harshman. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Warnock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrop. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez-Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stiff. Storer. Strzok. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Haroldson, no to aye. Angelos, no to aye. Provenza? Aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 32 aye, 29 no. One conflict.
House Bill 270 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
Okay, before we vote on that motion, just want you to be quiet and listen to all those bills dying, screaming. Okay, you've heard the majority floor leader's motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. Okay, next bill for our, no, we can't do that. We could do that, but I'm not going to do that out of respect for the process. Okay, the reading clerk will please read the bill, or read the committee of the whole report, I should say.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. House Bill 95, do pass amended. House Bill 59, do pass amended. House Bill 209, do pass. House Joint Resolution 3, do pass. House Bill 200, do pass. House Bill 108, do pass amended. House Bill 276, do pass amended. House Bill 164, do pass. House Bill 152, do pass. Adjourned until 2 p.m. Returned, House Bill 89, do pass amended. House Bill 4, do pass amended. House Bill 151 failed to pass committee of the whole and was indefinitely postponed. House Bill 116 failed to pass committee of the whole and was indefinitely postponed. House Bill 154, do pass. House Bill 174, do pass amended. House Bill 188, do pass amended. House Bill 222, do pass amended. House Bill 199, do pass amended. House Bill 212 failed to pass committee of the whole and was indefinitely postponed. House Joint Resolution 2, do pass amended. House Bill 270, do pass amended. Representatives Harshman, Western, and Yin, chairmans.
Chairman Harshman, I think you have to make a motion at the moment.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion carries. Congratulations, Chairman Harshman, Yin, Western.
I don't.
Messages from the Senate? Chief, do we have any of those?
Message 239. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 52, School Finance, Special Education Funding. Ayes 28, noes 3. Message 240. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 131, Prohibition on Delivery of Unsolicited Ballot Forms. Ayes 26, noes 5. Message 241. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 140, Building Code Requirements, Refrigerants. Ayes 29, ayes 19, noes 12. Message 242. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 157, Weed and Pest Mitigation, Tribal Inclusion, 2. Ayes 29, noes 2. Message 243, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 164, Public Improvement Contract Requirements Amendments, Ayes 30, conflict 1. Message 244, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 181, Drug-Induced Homicide, Ayes 26, noes 5. Message 246, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below failed to pass the Senate third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 110, Personal Property Tax Exemption, Ayes 14, noes 17. Message 248, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 174, Wyoming Charter School Authorizing Board, Ayes 26, noes 5. Message 249, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate Joint Resolution 11, Convention of States, Ayes 17, noes 13, excused 1. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
The House will stand at ease. Well, I guess we can do reports from standing committees. You got some of those?
Senate File 2, sponsored by corporations. Wyoming Telecommunications Act sunset date, an act relating to telecommunications. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 2, Wyoming Telecommunications Act sunset date, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Haroldson, Harshman, Knapp, Newsom, Olson, Ottman, Wiley, Yin. Representative Olson, Chairman. Senate File 4, sponsored by Labor, North American Industry Classification System Amendments, an act relating to workers' compensation. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom was referred Senate File 4 engrossed, North American Industrial Classification System Amendments, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Clouston, Hornick, O'Hearn, Penn, Trujillo, Ward, Yin, Zwanitzer. Representative Zwanitzer, Chairman. Senate File 13, sponsored by corporations, Bar and Grill Liquor License Amendments, an act relating to alcoholic beverages. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom was referred Senate File 13 engrossed, Bar and Grill Liquor License Phase Out, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Harshman, Knapp, Newsom, Olson, Wiley, Yin. Noes, Representatives Haroldson and Ottman. Representative Olson, Chairman. Senate File 23, sponsored by Judiciary, Treatment Courts, Transfer to Judicial Branch, an act relating to courts. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom was referred Senate File 23 engrossed, Treatment Courts, Transfer to a Judicial Branch, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chestick, Crago, Nemec, Oakley, Provenza, Washit. Noes, Representatives Haroldson, Rodriguez Williams. Excused, Representative Jennings. Representative Washit, Chairman. Senate File 48, sponsored by Education. Education, Suspension, and Expulsion Model Policies, an act relating to education. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 48 engrossed, Education, Suspension, and Expulsion Model Policies, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Allred, Andrew, Berger, Brown, Lawley, Northrup, Obermueller, Provenza. Noes, Representative Clouston. Representative Northam, Chairman. Senate File 49, sponsored by Education, Safe School and Climate Act Amendments, an act relating to the Safe School and Climate Act. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 49, engrossed. Safe School and Climate Act amendments, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Allred, Andrew, Berger, Brown, Clauston, Lawley, Northrup, Obermueller, Provenza. Representative Northrup, Chairman. Senate File 77, sponsored by Minerals. Public Works Apprenticeship Programs repeal. An act relating to city, county, state, and local powers. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business and Economic Development, to whom is referred Senate File 77. Public Works Apprenticeship Programs repeal. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Burkhart, Conrad, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Tarver, Western. Representative Burkhart, Chairman. Senate File 78, sponsored by Minerals. Apprenticeship and Job Training Promotion in Schools, an act relating to education, labor, and employment. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business and Economic Development, to whom is referred Senate File 78, engrossed. Apprenticeship and Job Training Promotion in Schools. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Burkhart, Conrad, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Tarver, Western. Representative Burkhart, Chairman.
Sensing the urgency of the body, or we got more? Oh, sorry, I thought we were done.
House Bill 163, sponsored by Federal Natural Resource Management, Mineral Royalties, Proportional Severance Tax Refunds, an act relating to severance taxes. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3, Revenue, to whom is referred House Bill 163, Mineral Royalties, Proportional Severance Tax Refunds. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Bear, Locke, Oakley, Strzok, Zwanitzer. Noes, Representative Byron, Harshman, Storer. Excuse, Representative Northrup. Representative Harshman, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 163, Mineral Royalties, Proportional Severance Tax Refunds. Respectfully report, same back to the House with a recommendation that it do not pass. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stith, Zwanitzer. Excuse, Representative Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
Okay. Yeah, sensing the body wants to hear a few more bills, I think the majority floor leader is going to bring a motion.
Mr. Speaker,
Please.
for the consideration of a bill to be able to make sure that we get some things done that need to be done going forward, I resolve the House,
You move.
I move that the House resolve itself into committee of the whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Chairman Harshman.
182 and 208. 182 and 208. 182 and 208. So you want me to let them know which ones there are?
Whatever you got going.
182 and 208.
You got 10 bills?
Okay, we don't have a list yet. I think we could start with House Bill 77.
House Bill 208 will be the first one for your consideration.
Okay, House Bill 208. The reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 208, sponsored by House Appropriations, School Foundation Program Reserve Account Investments, an act relating to school finance. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 3, Revenue, to whom is referred House Bill 208, School Foundation Program Reserve Account Investments. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Bear, Byron, Harshman, Locke, Northrup, Oakley, Storer, Strzok, Zwanitzer. Representatives Harshman, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Vice Chairman Oakley?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, to do so with the recommendation that House Bill 208 do pass. And I will turn over the explanation to the good Chairman of Appropriations.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I just ask for your favorable sort. What this is, we go into the reserve account on the school side, and we constitutionally, we have to move this so that we can invest those funds now. Statutorily, we have to change the statute so we can invest in securities and equities. And so that's all this thing does. So I ask for your aye vote.
Discussion, Representative Obermiller.
Mr. Chairman, just a question about it. Does this require a 2/3 vote?
Is this moving, Representative Zwanitzer, Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe on third reading, it would require a 2/3 vote as some of our resolutions do, but on committee of the whole, it's just majority.
All right, thank you.
Good, thank you.
Right, this is an important piece, that total return piece, so vote aye. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Question being called, you've heard the motion by Vice Chair Oakley. When the committee of the whole rises to report, to do so with the recommendation that House Bill 208 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. House Bill 208 has passed the committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 284. Reading clerk, please read the bill. We're locating the bill.
House Bill 284, sponsored by Representative Walters. Collection agency regulation, debt buyers, and act relating to collection agencies. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 284, collection agency regulation, debt buyers. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stiff, Walters, Swanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Chairman Nicholas?
I move the committee of the whole rise and report. It does so with the recommendation that House Bill 284 do pass, and I'll turn the explanation over the bill to our good representative from Casper.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is really a cleanup bill that came about over the last year. Approximately 20 years ago, the state started licensing debt collectors and collection agencies and whatnot. And then over the last year or so, it was determined that debt buyers weren't necessarily included. And so over the last 20 years, they would issue a letter of exception. And then over the last year, they've determined that maybe they didn't have the authority to issue that letter, and it's really best to just clean it up statutorily. And so with doing that, I just remind the body that all debt buyers do abide by the same rules that collection agencies do, and that's the Fair Debt Collections Act that was passed in the early 90s. And this is what provides the consumers from harassment, and really a cleanup in nature for this bill, trying to make sure that we're appropriately licensing the right folks that need to be licensed. This is a request of the agency that oversees these types of folks, because they feel that it's within their wheelhouse, and they really want to just make sure that things are clarified. So ask for your favorable consideration, or to answer any questions if there are any.
Any questions, discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Nicholas's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report, to do so with the recommendation House Bill 284 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say no. Okay, House Bill 284 is passed committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 143. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 143, sponsored by Representative Ward. Health mandates, CDC and WHO jurisdiction in Wyoming. An act relating to public health and safety. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 143, Health Mandates, CDC, and WHO jurisdiction in Wyoming. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Hornock, O'Hearn, Penn, Trujillo, Ward. Noes. Representatives Chadwick, Clauston, Yin, Swanitzer. Representative Swanitzer, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Chairman Swanitzer, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move in the committee of the whole rise report to do so. The recommendation that House Bill 143 do pass. There are no standing committee amendments, and I return it over to the good representative from Natrona County.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a simple little bill, one paragraph. Simply states the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the World Health Organization shall have no jurisdiction in Wyoming, and any requirements, mandates, recommendations, instructions, or guidance provided by either organization shall not be used in this state to justify any mask, vaccine, or medical testing requirements, and shall have no force or effect in Wyoming. There is an amendment on this bill, which I consider a friendly amendment. And can I turn it over to the amendment first?
Yes, we will. Okay, we have a committee of the whole amendment, and I would turn Representative Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 143. Page 2, line 6, after requirements, insert COVID-19 and any variant thereof. That way this bill is only considered towards COVID-19 and none of the other viruses or bacterial things that we've talked about in the past.
Further discussion on the amendment. Question being called on the committee of the whole amendment number 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say no. That amendment has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I said, it's a simple little bill, and further explanation. A famous institute, very involved in analyzing medical studies, analyzed 78 global studies involving 1 million people. 1 million people, I'm repeating that, that's 1 million people, says that surgical masks are statistically insignificant in lowering the chance of catching COVID. With respect to agencies not receiving their money, even our current executive office, the highest office in the land, has declared an end to the scamdemic emergency effective in May. Therefore, I don't think we need to be concerned about certain agencies not getting funding. Finally, a medical cartel giant whose name begins with P was recently revealed in a video to be deliberately causing directed evolution so that this organization could make more money on vaccines. The CDC is greater than 50% funded by Big Pharma. Big Pharma profits are $1 billion plus on scamdemic drugs. I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Okay, any further discussion? Representative Larson Lloyd.
So I think you can watch as many videos on the big pharma that starts with the P mischief and get as many outcomes as you want, and you can find whatever outcome it is you want to see. I don't think that I would go to the bank with the video on either way. My question to the bringer of the bill is, do either one of these organizations have any jurisdiction, and can they currently tell us require the state to comply with any of their mandates now?
Okay, any further discussion? Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're allowing our practices to be dictated sometimes against the will of the people based upon a level of trust that these entities have the best interest of the people in mind. And then later we find out that they don't, or that they got it wrong. This is a statement that the state will use its constitutional authority to make the right choices for Wyoming citizens. If we want to implement their recommendations, then we can, but we do not recognize any superior jurisdiction to the sovereign choices of our state. On and for this bill.
Further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of? Okay. Absolutely. Here we go. Representative Larson Lloyd.
And I appreciate that. But if we don't have to follow them now,
Representative Larson,
Mr. Chairman,
thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Sabrine Bean, Mr. Chairman, if we don't have to follow that, either one of them's organization, we can follow them as pointed out if we want to. I think that this is a response to an issue that I know is important to a lot of people, but I don't think that this is good policy. I think we have it very clear in our statutes, who and what who direction we have to follow, and it's not these two. And I just don't see why we need to have that in statute. So I'd encourage a no vote.
Okay, further discussion. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So 2 years ago, I brought a resolution to this body. It didn't make it quite to this floor, but it had to do with the board that certifies our doctors in this state. And that board had taken direction from these two organizations. And I just have to tell you, they have reversed their decision in that regard, but a lot of damage was done in the meantime. And I think it's perfectly legitimate for this body to say, you know, we can take a little advice, but we don't take all of our direction as if it's gospel from these organizations. On and for the bill.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that we cannot take priority over the, the preemption, the federal preemption in the U.S. Constitution. One of these is a federal agency, and I think it has some influence regarding interstate commerce. The other one is a global outfit. I don't have a problem with talking about that. I mean, talk to 10 people, you're going to get 10 different opinions. But I do not think in the area of public health and safety, which is the subject of the bill, that we're on solid ground here. So I'd be very careful about venturing off and spend a lot of resources and time kicking back and forth the idea that we're going to tell a federal agency that they can't regulate when they can. I mean, the Congress has already made the decision on that. Now, what the executive chooses to do in any given administration, that may be another matter. And we have an attorney general, whole executive branch to take care of that. But in the area of public health and safety, I'm pretty sure we can only go so far on this as regarding a federal agency. Now, I was thinking about calling a rules committee on the single subject rule, but I'm not going to do that given the hour. But I would just suggest, as we move forward, we look at these things and look at the title in the federal register, exactly what these agencies, particularly the federal agency, can do. So that's, I just take caution on this. I'm not sure we have the authority we think we do. 10th Amendment notwithstanding. Thank you.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is another one of those issues where there was a large number of us sent here largely for this type of issue, making darn sure that we're not being run over by this overreach from these organizations. And I think at least my constituents and many others have made it very clear. And I'd mentioned this before. They're expecting us to hold the line. And every one of us are going to take our individual vote, and we're going to make it clear to the Wyoming people whether we're going to stand our ground for them or whether we're not. I'm on for this bill.
Representative Alaman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over and over, I don't think they meant to, but these two organizations were wrong. They were wrong with the masks. They were wrong with the vaccine. And it's time that Wyoming does its own thing. Thank you.
Okay, question being called. Any further discussion? Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, just briefly, it seems that this bill as drafted states that we cannot use any guidance from either of these organizations. So for example, if the one organization that's, an American organization were to say, for example, that masks are a bad idea, that masks are ineffective, and they have a study proving that masks are ineffective against COVID-19, then this bill would say that we can't use that information or for any purpose. So that seems odd. So on and against.
Representative Ward, do you want to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The U.S. Constitution and the framers never envisioned there would be a Department of Health, and that is unconstitutional what has been done. And with that, I call for the question.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. All, a question being called, and all those in favor of Representative Zwang and Surdan's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 43 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. Pursuant to House Rule 6-6B, having failed a voice vote, a standing division vote is required. All those in favor, please stand. Please stand still. Okay, all those in favor, or excuse me, all those opposed, please stand. Please stand still. It's going to be very close. Having the count on the standing division is 31 in favor, 29 opposed. House Bill 143 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 279.
House Bill 279, sponsored by Representative Knapp, voter identification requirements, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred House Bill 279, voter identification requirements, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Haroldson, Knapp, Olson, Ottman, Wiley. Noes, Representative Yen. Excused, Representative Harshman and Newsom. Representative Olson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Chairman Olson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 279 do pass, and I turn over the explanation of the bill to the good representative from District 53, Land of the Camels.
Representative Knapp.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. What we have here in House Bill 279 is a cleanup bill to close a loophole. If you went to the polls today to vote, you'd have to show your identification. What the loophole is if you were to go to get your absentee ballot in person, currently you wouldn't have to show your identification. So this closes that up to absentee ballots and defaults back to basically the same identification that you would give in person. So Wyoming driver's license, tribal ID card, valid U.S. passport, U.S. military card, ID card from another state, University of Wyoming student ID, Wyoming Community College student ID, Wyoming Public School ID, valid Medicare insurance card, valid Medicaid insurance card, a simple selfie or pencil drawing of yourself.
Okay, any further discussion? Representative Zwang and Surdan.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and no real concerns with the bill, just the information for the body again. There's registration, and then there's proof of ID. And so when you register, as already in the statute, You already have to give them your full name, your social security number, your date of birth, your address by street, city, county, and zip code, and any of the last residence addresses if you've temporarily moved. So it's not like this is a loophole or something we're missing. It's perfectly fine if you want to throw an ID on this. I just want to make sure we continue to establish what our laws say and don't say things that aren't true.
Further discussion. Question being called. You've heard the reading. The question being called, and all those in favor of Chairman Olson's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report, to do so with the recommendation that House Bill 279 do pass, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. House Bill 279 is passed committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 118.
House Bill 118, sponsored by Representative Newsom. Volunteer firefighter pension funding, an act relating to the volunteer firefighter EMT and search and rescue pension account. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom is referred House Bill 118, volunteer firefighter pension funding, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Burkhart, Conrad, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley. Noes, Representative Tarver and Western. Representative Burkhart, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 118, Volunteer Firefighter Pension Funding, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stiff, Walters. Noes, Representative Zwanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure? Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rise to report, it do so with a recommendation that House Bill number 118 do pass. I further move the standing committee amendments and turn the explanation over to the good Chair of Transportation or Travel.
Okay, Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 118 was brought to me by a longtime firefighter in Cody who was distressed to find out that when we passed Senate File 39 last year, that took money from the retired firefighters pension fund in order to fund the paid firefighters pension fund. I, like many of you, voted for that particular piece of legislation to keep the Fire A plan solvent. And now what we see is that with some decrease in the projected return on the volunteer firefighter plan, that we're looking at what would have been, had we not done Senate File 39, would have been fully funding the volunteer firefighter fund in 2025, with the decrease in the funding, as well as the decrease in the anticipated investment return, pushes that out to 4046. Each and every one of you in your email has a notation about this, how negatively we affected our volunteer firefighters. I would like to address the amendment, and when this bill went to the Good Appropriations Committee, they decided to strip the $9 million funding, which would make this particular fund whole. And what I'm asking is that you vote no on the amendment, but I should probably have the chairman or the vice chairman of Appropriations move that amendment.
Okay, Chairman Nicholas, Standing Committee Amendment number 1.
Yeah, I would move standing amendment number 1 to House Bill 118. I'll turn the explanation over to the good gentleman from Lander.
Mr. Vice Chair Larson.
So I think it's important for the body to understand that the funding as we left it, the funding model as we left it last year, pushes out the volunteer fire retirement plan to be fully funded in 2043. 43. Yet there is not one one volunteer fireman, not one, that will lose a benefit from this retirement plan by it being fully funded at that time. Now let's go, and that was an important part of the conversation when we talked about Fire A last year. Now let's remember that we put about 50 million general funds in to bring Fire A up to where we could pay all of those beneficiaries, and we provided another 20 million in loans to those municipalities that had Fire A firefighters so that they could pay those guys, and then they pay the state back. So as we tried to figure out ways to get Fire A, which we've been dealing with for a long time, to make sure that those firefighters who, I think there's around 200 of them left now, to make sure that they and their spouses was fully funded, we took this fire insurance premium. And what that is when, for those insurance companies that provide fire insurance in the state, there's a premium tax that they have to pay. And we can use that money for whatever we deem as appropriate. We had for quite some time used a portion of that to start, when we started the volunteer firefighters retirement. I'm going to say maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I was a co-sponsor with a senator from a neighboring town that committed 100% of that because we think it's important to, and it was going to get that fund completely funded in the next few years. When we made this move last year to do this and get, this was one of the components of getting Fire A taken care of. It does not, and if they, and I've asked, and this is, this is a tender subject because they think that you're flirting with their firemen, but it'll be closer to being funded than our big plan for state employees. And it's going to be fine. And I would just encourage you to adopt the amendment. I do like the bill because the bill says that in the event that there's no more need for that retirement fund to be into Fire A at a sooner date, boom, you can come back in and start doing that. We didn't do that last year, so I like the bill in that part, but I'd encourage you to let the process work. It'll be fine, and encourage an aye vote on the amendment.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I would encourage an aye vote on the amendment and an aye vote on the bill with the amendment. And I just want you to, if you go read the entirety of the fiscal note, it really explains things. And what we heard earlier was a comparison of two different accounts of what the fiscal note says. And so under the current status quo, as the law is drafted today with no $9 million appropriation, which I would agree that we should not put $9 million more into this, it will go for, and under the last 10 years, basically, or 20 years of investment returns, we move it from 2025 to 2029. Now, if you take that 2025 number and then compare it to under the assumption that if you use just what the system did last year, which we all know was a down year, then it moves it out to 2046. And so we need to make sure we're comparing the same assumptions in the same arguments here and same discussions. And so, quite frankly, I would go with what has been historically happening, which is we typically do in the 5% range, which is the preliminary assumption, which moves it from 2025 to 2029. This is what we based it on last year. When this very body passed it, we also knew that there were concessions by everybody. The Fire A folks conceded their COLA to make this Fire A plan work. The state, as the good Vice Chairman just mentioned, put in almost $70 million to make the Fire A plan work. And the volunteer firefighters at that time were willing to to be part of helping their brethren by giving up a little bit of the fire property tax, knowing that it would make their plan, and it was a known at that time, would not be fully funded quite as quickly. But that was just by a couple years. Those assumptions are still in place unless you go to a 1-year look at it, and that was last year. But if you go at a look at it over time, it fully funds quickly. And yeah, it's a couple years out, but that was part of the concessions that every firefighter that worked on this last year was willing to make, from the Fire A, Fire B, volunteers, all of them. And so again, on and for the amendment, on and for the bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Since the urge to vote, Representative Newsom.
I would just like to say that each and every one of you probably has volunteer firefighters in your district. There are about 2,366 volunteer firefighters. And the comparison to state employees, these people don't get paid. And a lot of departments use this retirement system as a benefit to their retired firefighters and as a recruitment tool to firefighters. So I would suggest that you vote in support of your volunteer firefighters and not vote for this amendment and leave the $9 million in to make the volunteer firefighter pension fund whole. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Question on the amendment. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to House Bill 118, please say aye. All those opposed say no. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has failed. We are back on the bill. Question on the bill. All those in favor of Chairman Nicholas's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report to do so with the recommendation that House Bill 118 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. House Bill 118 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 98. The reading clerk will read the bill.
What is it? Which one is it, sir? Which one did you just announce? No, it's not on our list. 101. 101. Not 98. I don't have 98. We have 182 also.
Oops. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 101. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 101, sponsored by Representative Crago. Uniform Trust Code Amendments, an act relating to trusts. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 101, Uniform Trust Code Amendments. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chestick, Crago, Haroldson, Jennings, Nemec, Oakley, Rodriguez-Williams, Washit. Noes, Representative Provenza. Representative Washit, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Washit?
I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 101 do pass, and I turn the explanation over to the good country lawyer.
Representative Crago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I bring to you House Bill 101 and ask for your favorable consideration. So every couple years, there's a group of estate planning attorneys in the state that get together and review our trust code. And in an effort to keep it modern and competitive with some of our surrounding states, they bring to us these amendments. And if you've been here for a couple years, you have seen this bill before. And I could walk you through it, but most of us, including myself, would not understand a lot of them, of the reasons for those amendments. But it's really, as I said, it's an intent to keep our trust code modern, competitive, and that way we can keep up with our surrounding states. I'm happy to explain any of the provisions within there if you want me to, why we're doing what we're doing within each exact statute. But in an effort to keep the night moving along, I'll just stand for any questions.
Any further discussion? Oh, Speaker Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm not on and against this bill. I just think, I wonder at what point does this industry, and I'll call it an industry, actually provide a I guess, provide something back to the state of Wyoming. So we're just building, basically, we're just building a way for very, very rich people to hide money in the state of Wyoming. And I don't mind that if the state of Wyoming got a little something out of it, but I don't think we do.
Any further discussion? Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask the bringer of the bill. So on page 2, it says that the holder of a power of appointment shall not be deemed to be a fiduciary. And so that sounds like someone who has the power to allocate assets, buy and sell stuff, just doesn't have any responsibilities for doing a good job. I mean, is that what it means?
Any further discussion? Representative Grego.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll answer the last question first. Essentially, what that's doing is it allowing the trust to make the choice itself, because as the language of the statute is currently written, you can't do that, and so that amendment is allowing the people who create the trust, the grantors, to make that decision on their own how that's going to be treated, whether it's a fiduciary responsibility or not. As written, we can't make that choice, and so they're just trying to give the grantors that ability. As to the good speaker's comments earlier, I would say the folks that do this business in the state of Wyoming have lots of employees. They support a lot of jobs around the state, and I'm not necessarily saying the good speaker is wrong in his comments, and I think that's maybe something we look at going forward. But in the meantime, these folks do a lot of work, not only for citizens of Wyoming, but for trusts that are located here, and I just ask for an aye vote on the bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Washington's motion when the committee of the whole rise to report it, do so with the motion that House Bill 101 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. House Bill 101 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for consideration is House Bill 98. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 98, sponsored by Revenue, Property Tax, Homeowners Exemption, an act relating to taxation.
You've heard the reading of the...
No, I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3, Revenue, to whom is referred House Bill 98, Property Tax, Homeowners Exemption, respectfully report, same back to the House, with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Bear, Harshman, Locke, Strzok, Swanitzer. Noes, Representatives Byron, Northrop, Oakley, Storer. Representative Harshman, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to committee number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 98, Property Tax, Homeowners Exemption. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Stith, Zwanitzer. Noes, Representatives Nicholas, Sherwood, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Harshman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so, the recommendation that House Bill 98 do pass. Members, this is a simple little bill. It basically gives every residential property in the state of Wyoming a $50,000 exemption. So if your property is worth say it's worth $200,000, then you would get a $50,000 exemption off of that assessed valuation. And so what is in our tax rate is 0.6%, one of the lowest in the nation. And so that $50,000 exemption, 0.6 of that 50,000, so you're looking at about $300. That's about $300. Now the cost to the state is $35 million a year. There is an amendment that that the standing committee wanted to pay for this at 70. The committee reduced it down to 40, so paying 20 of the 35 million a year. So at this time, I'd move the standing committee amendment. Ask for any discussion on that, Mr. Chairman.
Any discussion on standing committee amendment? Seeing none, question being called. All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1 to House Bill 98, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Standing committee amendment number 1 is adopted. We are back on the bill.
Okay,
Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the bill is limited to 2 years. I think there's also a limit on can't exceed 25% of the assessed valuation. So up to 50,000, but if you only have a $75,000 assessed home, you're only going to get 25% of that. And it is time limited, so not income based or any of that. So that's where we're at, and that's the exemption. So stand for any other questions.
Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Harsh's motion, then when the committee of the whole rise to the report, it do so the recommendation that House Bill 98 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. House Bill 98 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 182. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 182, sponsored by Appropriations, Skill-Based Amusement Games Amendments, an act related to gaming. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 182, Skill-Based Amusement Games Amendments, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Stiff. Noes, Representatives Sherwood, Walters, Zawanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Nicholas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee of the whole rise and report it does so the recommendation that House Bill 182 do pass. Now explain the bill. So ladies and gentlemen, this was brought to us by our Gaming Commission. The folks that do the background checks for them, which is the Federal Bureau folks, they require specific language on who the background checks are, who they perform those on. So it's a rule that they're requiring, and so for them to continue to process and do background checks, they said this is kind of dictated on them. And so there's a few other language cleanups, so that simply clean up the language, but all this does is I list out specifically who those background checks will be under who's working on these skill games. So I ask for your favorable consideration.
Any further discussion? Chairman Nicholas, I believe there is a standing committee amendment that we need to move and discuss.
I would move standing committee amendment number 1. I'll turn the explanation of the amendment over to the good representative from Casper.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 182, we bring in a new definition of a distributor, as well as what we charge a distributor to be licensed, and it'll be $5,000 on an annual license, $2,500, or excuse me, and then $2,500 annually. The first-time fee is $5,000. And then in some instances, you'll have a vendor, an operator, and a distributor all being the same person or same entity. And so then we add in subsection 5 that says, when you're acting as a vendor, distributor, or manufacturer, you will not pay more than a total of $5,000 in initial fees and $3,000 in annual licensing fees. And it's just a difference in how these various business models are lined up and how they function. And so that is why we've added that sort of language in there. And then we did reduce some of the fees earlier in the bill in this standing committee amendment from $10,000 down to $2,500 as we modified that distributor language in there. And so I would encourage an aye on the amendment.
Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1 to House Bill 182, please say aye. All those opposed say no. Standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back in the bill. Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question for the bringer. Are all of these individuals going to be background checked? The vendor, the distributor, all of these players in this industry being background?
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under current law, these are the same folks that are currently being background checked. Nothing in that regard really changes. It's just a matter of spelling them out. Instead of saying all individuals involved, we're saying which individuals involved by directly spelling those folks out. So I vote your conscience on the bill.
Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Nicholas's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to the report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 182 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. House Bill 182 has passed the committee of the whole. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. That bill fails 35 to 26. Pursuant to House Rule 6-6B, having failed a division vote, a roll call vote is required. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellerman? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stiff? Storer? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Haroldson? Allemand? Aye to no. Further changes? Nyman? Closing vote? Vote closed. 8 aye, 53 no, 1 excused.
Pursuant to House Rule 6-6B, having failed a roll call vote, House Bill 182 is indefinitely postponed. The next bill for consideration is House Bill 160.
Mr. Chairman, I move this committee of the whole rise and report.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader, you've heard the motion All those in favor of Mr. Majority Floor Leader's motion when the committee of the whole rise for, you've heard the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The reading clerk. You want, okay.
The reading clerk will read the committee of the whole report.
Committee of the Whole reinstated on 2/6/23. House Bill 208, do pass. House Bill 284, do pass. House Bill 143, do pass amended. House Bill 279, do pass. House Bill 118, do pass. House Bill 101, do pass. House Bill 98, do pass amended. House Bill 182 failed to pass Committee of the Whole and was indefinitely postponed. Representative Harshman, Chairman, and Representative Western, Chairman.
Chairman Western. Chairman Western.
Speaker Summers, I move the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion carries. Congratulations, all the chairmen. Chief, did we pretty well clear the deck that other time? Do we need to take it today? No, I didn't think we did. All right, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, you got a motion to adjourn? It'll be the 7th tomorrow.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow,
It'll be adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
February the 7th, 2023.
All right, committee announcements. Any committee announcements? Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5 will meet at 8 o'clock in the morning. We'll work Senate File 28 and Senate File 33.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, will meet tomorrow upon noon recess to consider Senate File 14, Senate File 15, and Senate File 17.
Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Travel, Recreation, Wildlife Committee number 6 will be meeting tomorrow at noon and have Senate Joint number 7. Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your House Appropriation will meet on adjournment tomorrow to hear Senate File 57 and Senate File 96. And they'll meet on adjournment where we have the explanation of the Senate bill and also, I think, and Senate File 36 on adjournment now.
Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 3 will meet tomorrow, and that is February 7th at 8 a.m. in our usual place, East 3, Tier 2 bills, Senate File 39, Board of Equalization, questions before the board, and Senate File 42, taxation on premium cigars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I just want to thank the body for keeping the debate good. It got late, we got tired. I think we did a good job, and I want to thank our staff for sticking around late, letting us do this, and we appreciate you a lot. My apologies, Chris, we went this late. With that, you have heard the Majority Floor Leader's motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. The House is adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, February 7th, 2023.